The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Yo, looks like we're finally up. Had a few hardware problems again. Looks like the router in the kitchen is playing up, so I've moved off the cables off it onto a switch, and just reboot it every time it falls down, but it seems to be stable at the moment. Yeah, I've got some freebies to give away too, haven't I, today? So yeah, catching up with a week of UFO noise out there and some interesting stuff I've got to show you, and using new technology to capture stuff, so we'll get into that. It's amazing the crossover between paranormal investigations and UFO hunting, starting to show up more and more now. Hey Michael, how's it going? Yeah, just posting up my stuff here on the side and my website, which needs a wee bit of an update really, actually. I ain't got the time or the energy lately. Still trying to fight my health problems and getting used to these new glasses for the computer. But, well, there's one thing I notice is that your glasses tend to steam up as well if you're not careful. Especially while it's still bloody cold here. Try not to swear though, but yeah. Let's pin that. Might open it up to chat today, if anyone wants to join on the side chats on voice, as long as you try not to swear too much. Apple Podcasts doesn't like the F word, but it lists through the B word and the S word. But F word, for some reason, it's still offensive to them. Yeah, so I think we saw some pop-ups here. NASA, not a space agency. Yeah, it's an industrial complex. Well, they're not sure what they're at the moment. Trump's cut a lot of the funding there to try and get them to clean the fat. And probably they'll end up with more money in the future though. But yeah, there's a lot of Democrats in NASA. So obviously they peed off Trump a wee bit. Michael King, hey, what into the yo-yo? Okay, yeah, we better send up stuff. I feel like I'm missing something though, but we gotta wait for a few laggers to join, I suppose. It's been a bit hard starting since the daylight savings too. How's the audio sound? And I've upped it up again a wee bit because it was a wee bit too low. I was getting negative 4 dB on Google. So I have a really fine adjustment. It either goes over the dB limit and then it starts limiting, or it's slightly under, or it's really under, and you have to up the volume twice as much as you usually have to. Yeah, for some reason Windows sometimes messes up the volume level with the updates, and then it fixes it the next update. I don't know, it's a kind of a strangeness going on. I think they're doing it on purpose, just to force people off Windows 10 now. Really, I wish they'd piss off with the updates and leave Windows 10 alone now, so we can just use it properly. And worry about Windows later for a new machine, maybe. This one's a wee bit set up, you know. There's a lot of setting up to do. A new machine would take a while to get it calibrated and stuff for streaming again. Yeah, let's send out some of those. So, yeah. Hopefully not as much to cover as last week, but you know how it turns out. Because this is not scripted by any means. There is some wee bit of preparation sometimes, and screen snapshots taken, and sometimes pre-processing of images, but sometimes I try and do that online with you guys so we can step through it. Yeah, we need to find the live show. So that's my homepage. A lot of people don't go to the homepage, but homepage has got easy to access all the best stuff, right? So here, if you're new to the channel, you should understand how YouTube works, and you should always customize your home tab, because then you can have an intro video to your channel, which features some of the best older videos I've done and debunks. Then I've got my own experiences playlist here, but for some reason they won't show you more than that many doing it that way. I don't know why. I've complained about it lots of times. But the best way is just to click the header, and then you get all of them. Not a lot of people know that, you know, and then you get all of them. You can see it's more than what was shown in the scroll list, right? Goes on for at least like 100 episodes there. So, yeah. So never use the little scrolly thing, because it's stuffed, and they won't fix it, and they do it on purpose. They probably fix it on all the channels they love that are making them lots of money, but they downgrade all the ones that are trying to survive and trying to get the truth out there. So all of them are the same. It will just show up 12 or whatever it is. Used to be 36. It seems to be getting less and less. But yeah, if you just click on the header, it gets around that problem. Yeah, it's easy to misclick it though. But yeah, if you keep on scrolling down, you get various lists. Robert Talks series, the real truth on security. Again, you only see the first 12 probably. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't go more than 12. And if you try and do it again, it starts playing the last one. But anyway, we better send out some information here, freebies. So I got to go to the live show. Just make sure people probably get alerts for lives, but I'm not sure about videos either. Videos are like little shorter 10-minute things that I upload generally, or they're specials that I redo and edit or whatever. and shorts, you know, like this garbage, but they seem to promote those on my channel, apart from anything to do with aliens and paranormal, but dogs, my health situation, all fine, but even everything else doesn't get promoted, so people don't get to hear about it, you know, security, confessing and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I want to go to the live tab here. They used to have one tab and it used to be easier, so when you uploaded it, you had like a global tab. Really, the global tab should be called videos, and then it should be one called uploads maybe, and shorts and lives, right? And it should combine it into the other tab, so you don't miss anything. And you can just share the videos link then, and it has all the videos in order. But anyway, I want to go to live, to the other tab, so you don't. Okay, it looks like the sound's all right there on my headset, but yeah, so we want to send out some free gifts. Now, where is it? Why does it not come up here? Oh, it's just a wee bit slow. Michael, what are you saying here? Audio fine? Yeah, it sounded alright on there when it was playing back. But yeah, you normally have to go right click and go stats, but it doesn't tell you how much dB in brackets it reduces it by after the show. But ideally you want 100%, and like 0 dB in brackets, or if they even put that, I don't know. But normally it's after it's processed it, and then you find out that it was too loud and it distorts the audio. On Pilled, I think I tried to adjust it for Pilled, thinking I had altered the level too much on the mixer by accident, virtual mixer. But it looks like Pilled have mucked around with their audio format and made it worse, so it sounds all distorted. I don't know, they re-encode it somehow, and it's really bad. It's not designed for my quality audio, and it sounds like listening through a distorted mobile phone that's been dropped in water. And they said, oh, if you pay $20 US a month for a membership, we can put you on the HD stream and re-stream it as it comes. And I thought, yeah, that sounds about right. You're not really replicating YouTube if you're charging for that when YouTube offers it free, right? They should be putting ads in and recouping the money back that way, especially when it's like processed and people play it, right? They can put ads in and claim all the ad money for themselves to pay for it. But yeah, I don't know. You think they want to have your best quality for your live shows to get more people to sub to you, wouldn't you? So they gotta fund it somehow. Maybe they should have a better way to promote at the top so people donate to you, and that money goes into paying for the upgrade to keep the streams nice on their channel. Because releasing the money from Pilled back into your bank account is a nightmare. It's not as easy as YouTube, where it sends it directly to your bank account. But anyway, yeah, we better send out these free gifts. There's always admin work to do, isn't there, before we get into the show? But membership gifting, 10 free gifts. So let's see how it goes, shall we? Who's going to be the lucky ones in the draw on YouTube? Countryman again, is it? Marvelous Marvin, who is a I think he might be a Secure Team fan, but he's definitely a Third Phase fan. and a Goofon fan. Stone Hobbit got freebie. I've never seen her around much. Jay Samsonite, I don't know who that is. Lucy, I don't even know who that is, but yeah, it's good to see that we might have some females watching. They're a rare breed in ufology for some reason, but I do paranormal, so they're more interested in paranormal, I think, ladies, over UFO stuff. Yeah. I haven't seen the men pop up here yet. Did I? Oh, I stopped it. Anyway. It's a bit laggy at the moment. What have we got going here? Is it paused? No. That was it. Okay, should be another 5. I don't know why they break up into 5. They should have like a 10 trigger and a 5 trigger. Yeah, 5 left. Okay. Here we go again. Maybe Mick will get one. Who we got going this time? Steve Wills. I don't even know who that is, so I haven't seen him on the site. A lurker. And looks like it's not going to show the other ones or give the other ones away. Alright, so it looks like it's screwed up. So much for another 5. 6 this time. Oh well, we got hassle done out of it again. I don't know why no one's complained about it. Is it just me? Maybe there was 10 sent, but we didn't get the messages. But it should show up on the YouTube one. So it's not the add-on that I'm using. Anyway, too bad. I tried. I keep getting crippled by Men in Black and YouTube. In fact, I think the Men in Black or the government control YouTube, and there's people that work inside for Tyler, for sure, our security. That guy can make $1,000 a video, and God knows how much they make on the side. But I know he pays off people, but I know he paid off spies to send spies to me and see what I'm up to, because he's paranoid. If you're honest, you shouldn't be paranoid, right? You know, if Men in Black stuff me up, I just laugh it off, right? And so, come here, guys, let's sort you out. Haven't seen any suspicious vans out the front lately, though. There used to be. These white vans show up and disappear on black vans. But anyway, I could be paranoid about it. So yeah, if anyone wants to come and voice, let me know. Country Man was meant to show up today, but I think he may be a bit late. He was going to talk about his UFO sighting he had. Was it just before Christmas or the start of the year or something? I said, yeah, you got to come and talk about it. But he was driving from one location to another in a wooded area, and he saw a UFO, apparently. So anyway, he's working very hard anyway at his job. He's looking for another job and to try and get out of the state he's in to another state, I think it is. But anyway, we better get on with the show. So, see what we can get through today. So, you might recall last show was the one before. No, it was the last one, wasn't it? Where, let's see, we had the best clip from the UFO hearing. So if you go there, let's see if we can find it, and go to the arrow and find the best episode hearing in the list. Whereabouts was it? Just to refresh your memories, that's all. So I do actually add the chapters on probably 2 days after the live show. It takes me a week. I have to re-watch it myself. Generally put it on a faster speed and find out what times I change topics. But they got no way of searching. They haven't got a quick way to search, I don't think. I've probably gone past it already. Coming up, yeah. Just can't remember if it was in the middle of the show or at the end of the show. Oh, if we got the right one, might be the one before, is it? James Webb. Neutron star, drones. Mick West. A triangle craft with control. I know his was on a triangle. I didn't see it, but I would have had it listed. Let's just try a search on it. Here. Okay, where's it gone to? It's found one. Where is it? Maybe it's not in this one. I thought it was though. Maybe it was the other one. Time flies. Maybe it was in this one. One of the best episodes I did, wasn't it? So on Greys. Okay, so if it's not lost my place.
Without objection.
Oh, here it is. It's at the end. This one here. So it should be here in the list, shouldn't it? Best UFO story from UAP hearings, number 10. So it is at the end. So yeah, this was the best story, remember, and
so ordered.
It's lost my place. And I only got 7 likes on that video, which is strange. I thought it was really good.
Questioning. Also, as my friend Mr. Moskowitz might have to go, would you like to go?
Is that loud enough?
Okay. All right. Mr. Borland, in your testimony, you described witnessing large triangular craft while stationed at.
So his name is Borland. Sounds like a computer game.
2012. Can you explain what you observed in terms of size, behavior, and why you're confident it was not conventional technology?
Great question, ma'am. So on the base, I lived in the barracks. There was a little smoke pit outside. I was there on the telephone and looking across.
Yeah, I want to know what he is smoking though. Okay, so that's just a refresher, and he talks about seeing a triangle craft. But yeah, we'll just cover more of that in a minute. So this is a refresher. So people, various military people, Everest Chris I think is a military person. Formerly paranormal Chris. USAF veteran, so there you go. So a lot of military people actually check out the whistleblowers' backgrounds. Did the UFO whistleblower Dylan Borland embellish his service or misspeak? In the video clip below, which is from Jeremy Corbell, Dawn states that whatever missions his units were doing between pretty much 2010 until when I get out in 2013, and I had my hand in. It looks like he's quoted it. This is not accurate, thanks to a post I found online about A1C Dylan Borland receiving an award for Student of the Month while he was in tech school at the 315 Training Squadron in the USAF. You can zoom in and see that the date on the award he's holding says February 2011. This places Dylan in Texas by at least March 2011, not Langley Air Force Base. Dylan was referring to his supposed work. Although sometimes, I've been working through my sightings and realized how wrong I got the dates mixed up myself. Because lots happen and you get the sequence out of order. And when I thought that I got visited in February 2020, that was actually one of the tall whites visitation, not the initial greys. That happened in 2019 in August, I found out today. And the tall whites I said showed up every 2 weeks was every 2 months. So there's a big gap in between seeing them in the daytime. They didn't all arrive. I requested them to show themselves as any out there, right? I did that little experiment after being jabbed in the back for a year. Actually, when was it? Probably not that long, 6 months or so after. And they started appearing at random times, starting January 2020. And then every couple of months, was it 20? I've been trying to document it. I'll just might just bring it up. So I'm trying to look at the timestamps and document it properly, and make a full documentary about my experiences. And here I'm creating these folders for videos and various things I posted at the time to document it, and it has a timestamp on it. So Greys visited in August 2019, sticking a needle in my back, and 2021 was my not 2020. So I already got it wrong. 21. I think there was something that happened in 2020 though, so I'm missing something in between those two things, but there was something that happened in 2020, I'm sure. But the February one I was thinking of was actually 2022 February, which was the second tall blonde, which was a male blonde this time. And the first one was an older Nordic lady, and the third one was a young, beautiful, which is spelt wrong, blonde, which is also spelt wrong there. So I have to correct that later. But and then the back lump didn't actually show up to when much later, as you can see. And that's when we noticed the 3 punch marks in the lump. So whether they come back later and I don't know about it, or it was like the final stages of what they were mucking around with. But remember, the lump showed up and started weeping for 2 months. And then it just healed and disappeared, right? And I had no back pain. But since then, the back pain has returned, though. Some of it's returned. It was completely gone for the day after, for sure, and about 2 weeks onwards. Then there was a little bit of pain, but it was not, it was like 1 out of 10, 2 out of 10, compared to the 9 or 11 out of 10 I was getting. Was meant that something had happened to me. That proves that something had happened to me. But Then we have the sightings that I started having, the orb sightings and being touched, and the goat grey thing that happened, kitchen fast orb, white apparition in the hallway, all sorts of things, right? So I've started listing it, plus other Skywatchers best evidence I've added there, which I'll tack on to the documentary because I got permission to use that stuff. Limited permission though. But yeah, so you can see once you get the timeline together, and this is why you got to document things. Ideally, a diary's easier, right? You write it down, draw a picture very quickly. When on computer, takes a wee bit more work. Plus I've got some snapshots to go through, going on the paranormal stuff coming up. So yeah, so even though people always point out dates don't align, I can understand now, looking back in time, that I do make mistakes with dates as well, and names and stuff like that. So yeah, I always have that middle ground when become debunkers, and should give the right for the person to respond to that and actually say, yeah, you're right, I actually mixed that up, That's the thing to do with honesty and all that, right? What we got going on here? Two Rivers Unpeeled, how's it going? Yeah, looks like you got lots to say there. I'm convinced more of those craft are from US paid by tax money we paid into the interdimensional creatures. Well, interdimensional I think is just some sci-fi nonsense. It's not really interdimensional. There is a energy level that we can't see, which is where dark matter exists, right? Where dark energy exists, if that's what you mean. But when you talk about interdimensional, I think we're really talking about multiverse and portals that connect in between. But yeah, it's possible that our government has found about how to create craft that can go into the portals into another universe, which then ends up being above another planet, like planet Earth, a duplicate, but in different timeline or whatever. But yeah, we've covered that many times. It's based on stuff I received in dreams after the alien visitation and stuff I was working on at the time. Maybe that's part of the reason that they come to me, because they realized I understood and able to talk about it in lay terms and let people know. Maybe that's why they come to me, I don't know. They try to fix me up, but I think the autoimmune system problem I've got, which is tapered off now, oddly enough. So my eyes have been sort of repaired, or stabilized, so that's a good thing. And the swelling in the legs are gone, and the ankles, well, almost gone. I'm still trying to lose the weight that I had gained through the stupid pills that the medical people gave me. That made me gain lots of weight. But yeah, well, actually, it looks like my thing has also repaired itself. The gland, in the back of the neck. We'll just keep an eye on it and see if my health improves again to back pre-2018. When a lot of the stuff started happening, right? It all started in 2019, and now I look at when the first aliens arrived, that was in 2019. So somehow they can cause problems. Or maybe the experiments, who knows? I think you're calibrating with some of those creatures besides the ones they looked down and that's crashed to back engineer. I believe that the government have secret black ops stuff that gets filmed, mainly triangular shape, if that's what you're talking about. But yeah, that's possible that the government has some alien connections there, but we don't know. It's all storytelling there's no hard evidence of that. I haven't been given any information of such from my visitations. Just that they're there trying to maintain the multiverse and keep the creatures from passing from one to the other and contaminating each universe, right? So that's where your demons and angels and all that comes from different universes. They look like weird creatures to us that sort of pass into our realm and scare the crap out of us while we're sleeping or whatever. But yeah. But we talked about on that live show a couple back about the bumps on the head of Alien Grey, where it looks like it was actually where, like you get on deers, where the horns grow out of on the head. So maybe the Alien Greys sometimes have horns, and that to humans looks like a demon, you know. And you often hear about people saying the demons is the old greys. Well, maybe the one and the same, right? I have to go. We'll try to see your stream later. Okay. Thanks for dropping by then. Stone Hobbit. Yeah, Google gave that to you. I just told it just to send it out. But yeah, you're welcome to it. It allows you at least to get the emojis that I've made if you want to post them up. But yeah, I don't really add separate content because I think all my content should be given to everybody, but there are a few extra videos there that you can access as a member if you want to. Some old stuff where I've taken it back offline, where it's got some private information in it or whatever, you know, like behind the scenes. But anyway, back to this guy's story. So the timeline thing, I can understand why they're hassling over that, but it does put a bit of doubt on the guy's credibility, because you think he would have done what I did. Go back over all your past and check the dates and make sure you got the dates all right. Else you're going to look an idiot, especially if you go in front of a government and say this is what this particular date this happened, blah blah, and it turns out to be it was actually another thing that happened on that date, and the other thing was another date. You know, so you'd check all that before you go blabbing it out, you know. And a good presentation like a documentary. I wouldn't put a documentary together if I wasn't sure on the dates. That's why I'm doing it now. So eventually I'll get time to actually try and put together a nice documentary about my life situation. But yeah, just zoom in a bit there. Sea Stellan wouldn't have been operational until supervision while training until at least July, August, which August 2011 would have been when the helicopter crash that he claims he was a part of, involving the deaths Navy SEALs that got Bin Laden. Yeah, sounds really credible. I'm one of the guys that got Bin Laden. Yeah, sure. I'm sure that doesn't matter too much, but it directly disputes his involvement with missions in the beginning of his statements. So there's a certificate there he's holding up that he must have received it, February 2011. And of course he's got a little clip here.
Whatever missions they were doing between pretty much 2010 until when I got out in 2013, I had my hand in. Whatever missions they were doing between...
Okay, he had his hand in. So yeah, you know, a lot of these guys seem to embellish their work history and to make them sound more important, but that would be fatal in front of a hearing, surely, because that means you're basically lying. But I suppose you could say you got it muddled up. So yeah, but I think down here, and that must be on the next tab. There is a nap show for it. Might be on the next one. Let's have a look at the next one. So yeah, I'm not really defending them at this stage, but as we look more at the other claims, it's starting to look a wee bit more dubious. This UFO whisperer Dylan Borland avoiding the truth about losing his clearance. So that's another thing they found out. In the clip below, taken from Weaponized Podcast, goes into what happened with his security clearance and answers why he thinks it was revoked. He states that he found out that he was working illegally and that his clearance was revoked by administration, which means that his clearance was withdrawn for reasons like individuals job changing or no longer needing access to classified information, rather than due to concerns about their trustworthiness. Which doesn't seem like a big deal, because apparently the revocation is often temporary and the clearance can be reinstated or restored if the person remains with the same agency or contractor and the lack of access is resolved. The process is less complex than a revocation for security concerns. Blah 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 blah. You know, these people like to talk. What that also states that was truly administrative, then it shouldn't be an issue. Blah 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 blah. Okay, we're getting to the guts of it here. This was before he claimed that he thinks it was because of his knowledge of a UAP project. So it seems like he was not so unpleasant to work with. Anyone who brags about being abrasive and tends to think it's a endearing quality. Okay. He was talking about it fairly open because it was not this big deal, because it's really reality to him. In my opinion, he's playing the victim here, but he is well aware of what caused this issue, and something happened not related to UFOs that has caused him to not continue his career in IC. And his body language and aggressive tone when he answers questions suggests someone not pleasant to work with. And now, as far as administration, blah blah blah, the position he was in no longer needs access. The agency may determine you won't need clearance. Position was done away with. But those all are all situations where you can still obtain or regain. Blah blah blah. But unless identifies the world with the real reason he was booted out of IC, we never know. Yeah. Okay, so here's a 3-minute clip from the show. Let's have a listen.
Early on I did. And then things took a dramatic, insane turn. And at that point I became very disgusted and it got insane.
What was the turn? What did you do?
I found out that I was working illegally the entire time I was there. So there is a process that you are supposed to have your clearances housed in called Scattered Castle or JPass that has changed since then. And I ended up working over there, and I was quite open about my experiences, having seen what I've seen at Langley Air Force Base and elsewhere. And about 7 months into working there, I found out that my clearance was revoked administratively and I was not in any system and no one could look me up. So I was basically stuck working there indefinitely, or I had to leave the IC completely.
And they're sort of looking at each other. But is he bullshitting? Telepathic communication between those two. This guy's body language is looking like, how dare you ask me that question?
was this situation where it sounds like administrative terrorism, where it sounds like some sort of purgatory, where you're put in a position where you're technically illegally working?
Man, that's a word salad and a half, isn't it?
Which means you can't go out and get other employment. You can't leave that job. Is there something I'm missing?
Yeah, this guy could run with Kamala, couldn't he?
Like, why would you be put into this restricted category unless you had accidental exposure about direct UAP information, including reverse engineering?
That is the best guess I have. And the reason...
Or maybe he was drunk and abused the sergeant or something. I don't know. Who knows?
The reason why I have that opinion is because I know people who worked in the legacy program that their careers were tanked. Very, very, very similar things that were done to me were done to them.
So he was exposed, and I think we should talk about it.
Yeah, so you were exposed to what? What did you see that, why would they take
Alien probes.
that step? You're working for them, doing a good job, you like the work in general, and then suddenly you learn out, I don't have a security clearance. Did you say, hey, what the hell, where's my clearance?
Oh, I did, and I was persona non grata. New people were told they weren't allowed to contact me, not allowed to talk to me. It's actually a joke. The people that I'm still great friends with, a lot of people I work there with, and you could call me abrasive. People love me or they hate me. I'm going to tell you what it is. I try to mitigate how rude it sounds, but the truth is the truth, and some people love it, some people hate it. But it is to this day a joke amongst my coworkers that I work there with, which was they had it out for me.
Well,
Yeah, so I don't know. So that's the other thing that's come out. Let's move on to the next bit. Alright, so the next bit is Desmos challenging the claim from Dylan Borland, in which he claimed the UFO he stated he saw came from the NASA hangar at Langley Air Force Base. Of course, once you give references, you can actually then go to Google Earth and see where the hangar is and whereabouts he was to be able to see it, and some experts have done that. Considering Desmos V4 has worked there at the hangar and knows the base well, I'm going to take his word for it. And let's not ignore the fact that the flight line and hangar have cameras all over it, and a 24/7 manned control tower with a bird's eye view, and base that's constantly in operation with people and vehicles constantly around the day and night, and a large civilian population outside of the base, and nobody else saw the supposed UFO. Just the Dylan Borland, and he deleted the picture he took and never alerted anyone in his chain of command or base security forces about a possible incursion. Very suspect. If you had an image of a Black Ops craft, would you simply delete it? Or maybe an alien craft, would you delete it? Or would you simply archive it, zip it up with encode it with encryption, and put a password on it, and just file it away just for a rainy day, just in case? As long as no one knows you've took it, how would they know, you know? Until you come out on Corbell's show. But anyway, this guy has posted it. I think I got a reply from him. But yeah, I think that's his post there. I'll just check it up. He likes to write blurb as well. It must be a military thing to write lots of pages. Man, oh man, that's a lot of words. Is it the same one? I didn't see any pictures, so this must be a part 2. Don't see any pictures on it. unless it's underneath. No, that must be why I have it separate. Okay, so let's go back to this one. Click on there, and yep, it is different, isn't it? Anyway, so what he's done is he's made a video showing where he was. He was in this, like, I'll just bring up the video. What do you call it? A gazebo? Or what do they call it? Like a bandstand there. Where normally in this area like this, you would be flying like maybe a hand-controlled drone yourself with a camera on it. But would you do that near an Air Force base? Or even a kite? I suppose you could fly a kite with a camera on it. So, but you can see the line of sight here where he claimed he was, and explain it to NAP. There's no way you could possibly see it through all those trees, buildings, car parks, more trees, more buildings, and looks like it might be a runway there. And another hangar for planes, and you got to see through that as well, and you keep on going. Line of sight, and there's the NASA hangar. It's got NASA written on the front. So yeah, doesn't sound very credible, does it? And he's done a snapshot showing all the big buildings that would be in the way of the view from where he was. So, yeah, I think he's been got on that one. How's he going to explain that away? So I was thinking, well, he'll probably embellish the story saying that he didn't want to say at the time that he was staying at a person's house over here when he saw it, you know, or something like that. He'll come out with some story change, or he'll say he was flying a drone illegally, but he didn't want to say it publicly because he wasn't meant to be flying a drone when it had a camera and he saw the hangar. He'll probably come out with some story like that to embellish it, and people will believe it, like, oh yeah, I could see that he didn't have clearance and he didn't report it at the time, means he would have lost his rank and all that sort of business. That's my gut feeling of it. It's possible that here's some other explanation for it, but really he should have said, I did something illegal that I don't want to talk about now, but with this illegalness, I was in a place where I could see the hangar doors. Right? You could say something like that. And he said he could have said at the hearings, I don't want to elaborate on that. Unless I got safe harbor or whatever it's called. But anyway, let's go through what the guy. So there was another video, and this must be the interview here. They came from the hangar. Pretty damn clear what he said. Okay, let's have a look.
What I am 100% sure of, I cannot tell you it came out of the hangar. I am 100% sure it came from that hangar. There is no doubt in my mind it was at that hangar.
Meaning it came out of the hangar, meaning it was housed there, or it had been hovering there?
Could have been hovering there. It could have been on the ground outside of it. It could have come out from it. I cannot tell you because I didn't see it, but I know it came from that hangar. What I am 100% sure of, I cannot tell you it came out of the hangar. I am 100% sure it came from that hangar. There is no doubt in my mind it was at that hangar.
Meaning it came out of the hangar, meaning it was housed there, or it had been hovering there?
Could have been hovering there. It could have been on the ground outside of it. It could have come out from it. I cannot tell you because I didn't see it, but I know it came from that hangar.
So, how do you take what he's saying there, though?
What I am 100% sure of, I cannot tell you it came.
So he may have seen it hovering above the hangar, which means it's higher up and visible from where he was. But then again, you have to question why other people didn't see that hovering at the time, because it looked like it's quite a busy location. But there is like a lot of questions and then answers there. But yeah, So it's getting torn a bit about that too. I'm pretty sure, damn clear, he said, I don't know if it came from inside. Yeah, it sounded a wee bit confusing what he was saying. It didn't come from inside it, around it, by it, from on top of it. I worked in that hangar. Zero chance he is correct. You don't know that, you weren't there. I do know that for certain that hangar has cameras all around it. It's recording 24/7. He was over a mile away. He had no less than 4 buildings blocking host line of sight from the gazebo. It is called that. To the hangar. Is it hangar? It was spelled with an A or E? I think it's spelled with an A, isn't it? Hangar. I don't know. It was after midnight. You believe what you want to believe, having never been there. So if it was there, it definitely would be on cameras then, by the sounds of this guy that worked there. Not claiming he didn't see something that could have come from northern direction, but what he said has zero to do with NASA. So could the UFO just come from the sky? Because all the credible UFO sightings I've seen, the UFO always comes down from vertically, straight up, and this stops on a dime above a house or something. So why would it be hovering above Langley NASA hangar? Seems like a crazy thing to do for aliens, right? But a black ops craft, maybe not, because maybe it goes into a hangar. So yeah, I don't know if it really breaks his claim what he's saying there, but does ask make more questions than answers, of course. And of course, obviously it would have been on cameras, and that means it must be some sort of military project, if anything, rather than alien, I'd say, because someone else would have come out with it to back him up by now, I'd say, saying, oh yeah, I was there, I saw it on video, but we were ordered to scrub it. You know, there would be some other person that may come out, since he's come out, to back him up. Time will tell, I guess, like all these whistleblowers, right? I'll post that link. There's a lot of damn reading on these, and you can have a re-listen to it yourselves, see what you think. But is the story unraveling? Wee bit. And this is what happens. People are going to pull it apart and analyze it to death, until they're really sure it's legit what he's saying. And you can't expect Corbell to do that. or Nap, really. Because they didn't do too well with Bob Lazar's story, did they? So, Borland line of sight. Part 1. Okay. There's this sort of stuff I go over a couple of times, you know, or more information comes to light. And then we say, yeah, I think we're done with this one, you know, eventually. Let's have a look at the next part of the story. So I watched part 2 of Dylan Borland's appearance on Weaponized, and the red flags were so constant I had to make a post about it. This guy is clearly full of it. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I don't care if he's a vet. He gets no exalt status from his lies. A story of his military service doesn't check out, Borland was a 1N1 geospatial intelligence specialist in the Air Force. How'd they come up with these names? He said he was recruited and brought into the drone program. The drone program he said he was part of. So again, if he's part of the drone program, he may have been flying an experimental drone at the time and saw it on camera. But he couldn't actually talk about the drone. But then again, there's ways to say that in a generic way, saying that I was flying a drone. I can't say too much about it, and I saw it on video camera, blah blah blah. But again, it could have been hovering above the thing, and he may have just seen it from his location. You'd have to do an elevation thing from his location and work out how high up it would have to be, I think. So you will see what comes out. I can see Mick West plugging it in and into his psych-rec program and calculating the distances and stuff. There are a few issues with his stories. His own training timeline shows he didn't even finish tech school. He also says he was at the 30th Intelligence Squadron. But the 30th IS doesn't run armed UAVs. It's an ISPSR exploitation squadron that exploitation they're saying squadron that reveals and interprets surveillance. Okay. Q9 Reapers or run kinetic drone strikes if your squadron mission is intel. You are not firing missiles. That's true. Lastly, SOF tasking is compartment by unit. DUI. What's this? Not another security with a DUI. Break the story doesn't match police work. Okay, was he a policeman, was he? We probably need to listen to the interview. I'm a former law enforcement officer of 12 years and I'm more than qualified to call out problems in his claims. This was one of the biggest red flags. Weaponized alleges Borland went out with a friend and on the way home crashed and totaled his car. Corbal's framing is fuzzy, but it sounds like Borland left the scene and got home on his own. Why didn't he stay and call 911? He was probably intoxicated, correct? Borland says police called him later. He admitted to having a few drinks and said they could come give him a breath test. He says the cops told him it would take some time to investigate and they'll be in touch the next day. Yeah, that's a bit strange. If they were at a crash scene, they would want to get blood tests straight away to see what your level of alcohol was, even calculate hours after the crash, because they know the rate of absorption of alcohol in the blood and they could work out the real figure, so they wouldn't leave it to the next day. So that's a wee bit suspect, I must admit. In reality, if officers suspect DUI, they're required to do a field sobriety investigation right then. Officers would have run his plate, gotten the registered home info and gone to his address. That's what I think too. Yeah, don't wait until the next day. No, that's widely improbable. So that part of the story is certainly very strange. Omitting that would expose the officer and agency to discipline, lawsuits and potential crime charges. Yeah, so that means they were his mates and they tried to write it off as a normal car accident. Brake tampering is always documented and fully investigated. It's Fallon. So what's he saying? That aliens are trying to muck around with his car? Now, I suppose we need to listen to the interview, but you can see this goes on and on and on. Ridiculous. Security clearance claims don't line up. Borlands says his security clearance was trapped and stuck in limbo for no reason other than he was talking about things that they thought they were far more important than really are. He later said he called attention to the issue and then it was reinstated. Clearances aren't turned off and on occasionally. So they're talking about his security level getting suspension is documented. Okay, so should be able to check that up though. Who has access to those logs to be able to check it up? I suppose the Herons would have access. So what kind of background checks did they do before he started talking? Giant black triangle at Langley, number 4, claims a giant triangle craft about 100 by 150 feet flew slightly just 100 feet above the ground. So 100 feet, would he seen the craft at 100 feet up from his location? I'd say it's possible, isn't it? But yeah, to say it's from the hangar is a wee bit odd. You could say, yeah, I think it's from the hangar because it was above where the NASA hangar was, but how would you know? How would you know it was above the hangar? Because you had an airport hangar in front of that, and then you had houses, and then you had big buildings, and more big buildings. So how would you know it was in front of the NASA hangar and not the other hangar? Yeah, I don't know. But anyway, as you can see, it goes on and on and on. Bottom line, common sense and basic fact checking kill this narrative. But anyway, I see more red flags than China. He said, I agree. Because that is a big list he's got there. You see how big it is. Anyway, I did reply back to him and said, have you seen my channel at all and the bits and pieces I've got? Because I would have been interested to see what a military guy had to say about my evidence, and he didn't answer it. But anyway, I'll just post a link to it anyway and catch up in the comments. So we're talking about Borlands Story fact checking part 2. I wonder if there's a video of that though. Okay, how are we going here? What have we got down the side? Anything here? The bot. Michael, be right back making some food. Still have headphones on and listening. Right. Did you say you wanted to come on and chat at all? Both felt it and say the impression on the grass lift. What was that? Just routine work, play, odd going, take care of kids. Ham solo. Do you get chips with that? Ham solo on tilt. What's this one? Emoji. How's the wall? Did your dad repair it? Yeah, okay, I don't know what these guys are talking about here. I have to go. We'll try and see your stream later. Okay, that's where we got off last time. All good. You're not too bad. I thought I was in USA the other week when there was a policyholder shootout. Just reading the impressions say 10th. Okay. I don't think there was anything about what we're talking about here though. Okay, let's just move on. Now, was there any videos for any of this? I think he repeats this story again from what I saw. I did see a clip, but somehow I've missed it. I thought there was a clip of him explaining it to Corbell, the triangle craft sighting again, just to prove that it's the same guy. Is that it there? Let's just have a play of that one. I'm not sure where it's going. Looks like it might be weaponized, does it? The truth about legacy UFO programs. So it must be there. Let's see.
Gold.
So you got no chapters. You know, these are lazy people. They make lots of money with their channels, but they're too lazy to hire someone to put chapters in and break up their show into bullet talking points. I do all that and make a loss every year on my channel. And I have to pay extra money into it from my own pocket each year. But these guys just cream it in and put people up that they haven't vetted very well. And garbage videos, as we've seen. So yeah. Is there any quick way we can find out where he's talking about the triangle craft a bit? Transcripts looks like the only way. Let's see, has it got a transcript here? Oh no, not Bob Lazar mentioned. Transcript. Okay, let's see if we can search that. I think it just retells it. Triangle. And we got 5 hits. Yeah, so what's he saying here? Where the comms with whatever the pilots were, but it was a huge triangle. So it's 9 minutes in. Okay, so let's hop into there. Looks like David Grush is his mate, or maybe superior. I don't know. Let's find out.
Rush's ideas about reverse engineering that we've been told all the way back from Lazar. He saw an operational craft over a military installation.
The problem with this engineering, though, is the technology is going to be far above our capabilities. Generally, what happens is, if that's the case, they normally put it back in storage for 20 years and then bring it back out when likely the electron microscopes or whatever tool they've got to analyze materials has come about that's able to, then to look at the thing that crashed, or the alien craft or whatever. Or some Russian metamaterial from a downed satellite.
That is far beyond, there's no fingerprint for. We don't have that technology to the best of my understanding at this time. So now, whose was it? Was it a joint operation where the comms with whoever the pilots were? But it was a huge triangle. that had this electrostatic charge. The other thing you told me that, like,
you got to remember, this guy thought the bokeh lens effect making triangles was actually real craft, and he still does today, I think. So anything that coming out Corbell's mouth doesn't really matter too much. Let's just go on a bit. I have witnessed. Okay, this might be him. 40 minutes on. Okay, so let's see. Let's just go back here. 40 minutes. 42.
Right, I have to take your word for it. I can't let anybody die. That was my promise to the people I knew in the legacy program. If they died, that I would come forward. I don't want them to die, so I come forward and I go to Congress. First thing I do is I get connected to Senate staffers, and they are asking me questions, and I tell them I have witnessed a triangle at Langley Air Force Base, but I have direct, in-depth knowledge of a hell of a lot more. And I am not comfortable sharing that over the phone. And as long as I am illegally...
See, the other thing is, isn't there witness protection? So if you do come out, you're not going to get prosecuted at the moment. It might change. But yeah, seems very strange that only one person had seen this, because if that was hovering 100 feet above the hangar, there's also civvy houses all around that base. You'd think someone would have noticed it or had security cameras up and spotted it on a security camera. And it's probably been there more than once as well, especially if it comes out of that hangar that he's claiming. It's going to be there pretty much every week for years, you know, where they take it out and maybe test flying it or whatever. Now, we heard stories about what's his name, Doty, right? We made that guy go crazy, where the guy was filming it. Was living next to an Air Force base, and he was filming what was going on in the skies, and he was filming a experimental drone program that turned out to be, and so he was putting up his UFOs, and Doty come out and meet him and said he was also from the Air Force, and fed him lots of lies, and basically turned the guy into a mental, and eventually committed suicide, right? So, yeah, just to try and silence him about seeing these craft above the base, because more and more people would be filming it then, wouldn't they? But, yeah. The story is interesting, but it's tricky story. I think only having one eyewitness of this. If like 5 people come out and said, yeah, we all saw it, we're all from the same Air Force base, blah blah blah, that just changes things to me. And then you could background check them all and see what they had access to and what they could see and where they lived near the base or whatever. You know, you could do all that.
Allowed to come to you, I will be there as soon as you will let me. And I go into meet with staffers.
We know who you testified to, and it's not, you know, it's somebody who's has a high responsibility when it comes to this subject as far as intake and protecting whistleblowers. And when that person was in position, which
you should let him finish, mate. Where is the triangle bit where you get past him? Was it there? Oh, where's it gone? Okay, let's go back one.
Connected to Senate staffers, and
okay, we did hear that bit. Okay, what's the next bit? He called up Senate and said he's seen a triangle craft 4. Systems, he was saying, I gave them my direct knowledge of the triangle, my direct knowledge of that entire event. Then guaranteed factual, no argument about it, a legacy program in detail with technology integration, how it works. You know, a video with all this or a photograph would have made a big difference, right? Okay, what's the last part? You can replicate what you saw, at least you know of the triangle. You can replicate for us today and just kind of draw that up. Yeah, absolutely. So where's the drawing? Do they show it? So that's at the end, is it now?
Okay, for us today, and just kind of draw that up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I think that's good. You know, try. So we're doing our best.
Why can't he do that now? You know, have it on the show, or get together with the other guy that likes to draw. What's his name? But anyways, just get some sketch artists in to draw what he says, and then like they do on the Dead Files show. Yes. But if you want to go through and listen to all that, it's up to you. But I'll post the other link, which has got it in a comment. Oh, I think I already have, haven't I? I think I already posted that one. So just scroll down and find it on that YouTube page. Probably wasted enough time on that now. So onto the next thing. So I sent Brandon this because I know he's a busy man making millions of dollars, right? He hasn't got time to watch TV shows like I have. Hey Brandon, check out this episode. They use EMCCD camera at night and capture all sorts of weird stuff on it. Maybe even a Bigfoot in web odd lights only visible to the camera. They have a PhD scientist, Krool, which I have to say, I'm really impressed with him on the show, and he's not anything like Travis Taylor that says, oh, I think that's a wormhole. This guy is very critical and looks for repeatable evidence on the show, and this is how a show should be made, as far as I'm concerned. These guys are very credible paranormal researchers. It just puts to shame for any other TV show I've seen, actually. But the episode's only available if you live with a USA IP address or got a VPN, so you can then watch it. Because this is a problem when stuff is copyrighted, they can lock it off per country or turn it off completely so you can't access it. Which is a shame, because information like this should be shared and displayed. But I've actually made my own clips under fair use here. So I'll just go through it, through the best ones. So we got one here called ORBs on the EMCCD. Sasquatch handprint and Sasquatch and tree. That looks like what you see on Expedition Bigfoot, actually. Squash scream, it makes this funny sound, and squash walking towards them. Now I got a few snapshots as well, so we'll just have a look at the orbs thing. It's out of sequence, of course. Hopefully we don't get copyright, but too bad, I suppose. It may be limited only to USA if it does. But I don't see why it is limited to only USA. Because the show you can download offline in any country. But I've paused it on the actual capture. So we'll just go through it now. I might have to
at the zoo.
Upload it up the volume.
It sounded so strange. But the light anomalies that we were seeing too is like you've seen them before. It's like those shimmers numbers.
Okay, so this is a special camera, and it only sees these flashes of light, which only appears at certain times, when especially around the house, but like the orbs that you get when just before Bigfoot show up. As well, on Expedition Bigfoot they saw these lights with their own eyes, but here it looks like the camera's picking it up. The special camera they got, the normal infrared doesn't see it because it doesn't enhance that yeah, I suppose it's frequency of that light in the normal infrared. This one does a bigger range and amplifies it up.
Almost like this miniature, like little explosions. The ones that you saw, multiply that by probably 300 to 400 times in size, and we were getting them like it literally looked like drone strike fire in a war zone. It was like pop, 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 pop.
So that's the orbs example of it. Best is go and watch the whole episode yourself. We'll do the screen one next, which is seems to match what the Expedition Bigfoot guys even got. The sounds really similar. And also sounds similar to that Sahara, Sahara Bigfoot guy that captured those talking that sound like Chinese talking. But anyway.
I hope it's because she's happy here. I don't want her to be sticking around because she's sad.
Are you sad?
Ooh.
That's terrifying.
Ooh. I don't know if humans could do that sort of frequency range, actually. These guys should team up with Expedition Bigfoot and have their analysis analyze it and compare the frequencies of a human capable voice to what they recorded there. This is the scientist guy, by the way, and he's saying interesting. So they're out there investigating a grave yard with the various tools that they've got there. And they've got special tools like air pressure, temperature, humidity, and EMF, and they see if they can replicate it with different people in the same location with the same tools. It's quite an interesting show. It's well done, actually.
Well, I'm hoping it's not a human. That's what I'm hoping.
So he said it's not. It doesn't sound like a human as well before, but so they got some other interesting stuff there. I only got a few clips from it, but the handprint one. We'll have a look at the one at the end where another guy using the EMCCD camera. I think it is the EMCC camera, maybe just a normal IR camera, but they can see definitely a Bigfoot. Oh no, that's the one. This is the one that's walking. They're saying it looks like a big creature. But is it 2 legs or 4 legs? We'll play this one.
It's walking.
See how it sort of jumps along. Now a normal 4-legged creature wouldn't be doing that, would it? It would be simply just moving along in a straight line. But a human stepping would go up and down, especially on uneven ground. I don't know. It's a bit hard one to tell.
It's walking towards us, dude.
So it sort of hops along. Yeah. And it looks like it's down a bank there too, doesn't it? It looks like it tapers off there. I don't know what at the back there is, if it's water or dried up creek bed, but it looks like they've got some camera set up there. Now I'm not sure if these guys have a camera across a pond here, filming this way, and they're getting a signal on their camera there. Are they standing there? I can't see if they're standing there. It's a bit hard to tell, isn't it? If they were standing there. That's certainly reflective. Looks like they've got a camera set up there anyway. But yeah, does that look like a bear with glowing eyes like that?
It's walking.
You can see how distorted it is. It's probably the EMC camera because it amplifies a lot of the low lights that you wouldn't see on normal IR camera, and it's not that overexposed like IR camera with active emitters on would do. Because you see my ones at night time where it illuminates the tree into a big white blob. So that's sort of like skipping along, you know, like it's jumping over stuff or whatever. I don't know, could be four legs, but I thought it was interesting. And we got the other one in the tree. I might just look at the one at the end first. Where is it? So this one here, this blob. Again, if that was on Expedition Bigfoot, they'd probably fly a drone with a HD camera towards it and try and illuminate it and film it.
Right now we got a heat signature right here up in this tree.
Now, they were often wondered if Bigfoot climbed the trees, and maybe have some sort of cloaking technology. That would be a good way to hide, wouldn't it? But I don't know.
It's just like,
'cause it looks like it's on a hill there as well, so it could be in between the trees, right?
hanging onto the side of the tree. Actually, that might not be on.
So there's the hillside here by the looks of it. So that's probably in between the trees, I would have thought. How big is it though?
A tree. It almost looks like it's between the trees.
It looks like to me it's between the trees. It doesn't. It's not on.
Anyway, this guy at the front here is talking about seeing Bigfoots around the cabins there. But it's meant to be a location where there was gold miners. I think it's in Kentucky. Is it Black Mountains? I was meant to look it up. There's a thing called Kentucky Black Mountains. Because it's obviously full of coal under them, right? So that's called black, I suppose. Kentucky. We know a lot of stuff, strange stuff happens in Kentucky. Let's see what comes up. Oh yeah, Black Mountains in Kentucky. That looks like the right location. Maps. Come on. Stop zooming out. So, Black Mountains. Yeah, it looks like a mine site, doesn't it? Let's just zoom in that way. So that could be the cabins, was it? Let's go out a bit more. Radar tower, grassy gap. So we don't exactly know where they are, do we? But it's meant to be where the old mines were, but that looks like a mining location there. Looks like a good place to have aliens as well as Bigfoots though, doesn't it? Have they got any other pictures here? options have we got? Yeah, I thought there might have been other sea photos. Oh, here we go. A little pop-up. Only one. And that's located in that location that we were looking at. Yeah, it's a lot of interesting place. Apparently it was a lot of coal mining there for World War II, I think it was. Anyway, go back to his story here about getting a print on his car window, which is very similar to Expedition Bigfoot, where they got a print on the window of their cabin, remember? So it looks very similar.
Well, one time we checked the back of the car because we had to shut the gate and lock it. And I looked at the back of the car, and there was a big white handprint on the back of my window.
Yeah, this one at least got some evidence to back up what he's saying, unlike Borlands.
That's a big hand.
Yeah, well,
I ain't got big hands.
but we got no comparison
either,
there.
So
that's a bad way to take a photograph. You normally would put like a 50-cent piece with a bit of tape above the handprint on the window, so it gives the idea the scale, or at least put a ruler or something, you know. People got lots to learn to taking evidence.
That's a big hand, man. That's
I suppose what you could do is, you know, the type of car, I suppose you could measure the window and then overlay it with the video and then work it out that way.
That's a huge hand. We gotta look out there.
Okay, so there was some other stuff which I'll go over, which I got snapshots for. So after they got the Sasquatch noises, the screams, and then they saw that creature or whatever it was walking along towards the camera, then they see something moving in front of the house that they're using as a command center, and they see this thing walk along the balcony, and there's no one meant to be over there, and there's only one person inside monitoring the cameras, and we can't see much detail, but it looks something really big. So if the top of the windows there would be at least 6 foot, wouldn't they? This looks like it's sort of crouched over a bit, but we'll just go through. I don't know, it could be slightly higher because these older buildings had higher frames, didn't they? 7 foot, could be 6 foot. You can see there's something definitely moving there, right? And it's darker, and then it just repeats. I just got a couple of frames of it. So let's just run that through enhancement. There's not much we can do here. This is on that special EMC camera. Everything kind of looks really blurry. But you can see it picks up a lot of light reflections that you normally wouldn't see in low light, but it's really grainy. But this is probably a cheaper version of the camera. The cheapest version, which is probably less pixels than the latest ones, which cost like 30 grand. So yeah, let's just run that one through. I think it's interesting episode, that one. I'll post a link to it and you can have a watch of it. If you remember, you need probably a VPN to, if you're outside USA. Had to think there for a minute. What was they doing? So this was last year, as by the way. This filming was last year, and they're on season 5 now. But I like it now. They've got the scientist on there. He's obviously signed up to be with their team on a permanent basis now, which is good, instead of a guest visit. So you can see it's pretty crappy. So we want to just grab a chunk of that, paste it into a new image, scale it up. Okay. And we know it's moving. But the problem with these black and white cameras with slightly different shades of black, it's very hard to see anything until you do a color swap. And even that won't probably be good enough because there's not enough shades. Shame they didn't have any static cameras set up on the porch there, right? But then again, it might have known the cameras were there and not actually showing up. What happened there? Colored chop. I got the wrong thing, didn't I? Oh no, I got the wrong thing again. What's going on here, Paul? Cures plus it should be. Like I said, if anyone wants to chat on the side, let me know and I'll bring up the program. I'll do a quick check soon anyway. So we can muck around with the default, which is brightness. And you can see it doesn't really do much. And you can see how pixelated it is, right? So, yeah, I'll just try flip hue. Gives a bit more range on things. Sometimes you can get just the right sort of information from it. So it looks like the head's there, doesn't it? Looks like the body's there. It doesn't look like it's actually got a neck as such. Looks like an arm going up here and an arm going down there, which is kind of strange. It's sort of bending over as it's walking. That looks like a person there, doesn't it? Probably. It does look like a person walking along, doesn't it? It's kind of weird. Could have been another person there. Can't really tell from the regular picture. Whereabouts was it there? That's why you should process stuff, you know, you never know what you find. Whereabouts was it now? I'm probably not going to get it again. It was a cherry spot. There. Looks like it's highlighting something there, doesn't it? And there's that creature there. It's kind of weird. So it's there. So there's just a weird reflection in the windows. Anyway, let's see what we can get off the creature. Probably can't get it how I got it for the thumbnail. The thumbnail one came out really good. Sometimes you can just get a spot where it seems to bring it out just right. But when you do it on a live stream, you got less CPU to work with. That's kind of weird, that one there though. So yeah, if you go to my thumbnail that I made, actually, probably don't need to do that. Let's go to the folder. Go back out there. If you look at my thumbnail, I got it in a really good place here with the lighting. Where you can actually see what looks like the back of the creature, and I think that's the head there, and it looks like the long arms coming down this way, and looks like the arms going out this way as it's like walking along. Looks like a long arm with a hand going down to here. It looks unproportionally weird for a human. Looks like it's slightly turned towards us, looking over this way, but like the Gimlin and what is it? Footage. Yeah. So yeah, if we can get that, would be good. And not sure whereabouts how I got that. So we had more white in it. Somewhere there, wasn't it? But it's not as good as the one I've got still. Just shows you how many shades of black and grey there are there. Alright, look at, you can see the windows, how they're sort of filling in. Kind of looks like it's sort of like bending over there though, doesn't it? And the arm coming down here. And the arm swinging back over that way. But that looks like, definitely looks like a man there. With a hat. Deerstalker hat, or whatever it's called. Looks like stepping forward and the leg going back. Kind of weird. But anyway, I didn't see that the other night, but now I see it all the time. It's in that bit, in that region there, as that's walking towards there and it stops there, doesn't it? Kind of weird. Yeah, it looks like I can't get that sweet spot to going, but anyway, we won't bother. Let's go to the next image. And see if there's anything we can do in that one. So it's moved along a wee bit. It's going to be pixelated though. This is where you need multiple cameras, right? As well. And maybe like a trap where you can switch on remotely spotlights and catch it on HD video. Okay, so it still looks like an arm going down this way, doesn't it? Let's see what we can do with this one. Okay, color swap. Okay. Spud cam videos, that's all we deal with in this field, isn't it? Apart from my other stuff that I've got, which are still the best videos, I think, out there. Let's try. That might be a bit easier. So it definitely looks like it's got a long arm there, doesn't it? Looks like the head goes up here. The head, the arm. And the other arm seems to be bending around this time, is it? And maybe lifting up its foot there, I don't know, or a leg. That's got to be a leg there, isn't it? Arm going around. Doesn't look like a human shape, that's what I'm trying to say here. And there's that, what looks like a man stepping there, in white. It's funny it's on the other frame as well. Let's go back to this one. Yeah, you can sort of see it there, can't we? Shame it's so bad quality though. Let's just run the filter on that. Is there anything else we missed maybe in that video? So there's a creature with a long arm. And there's what looks like the man going further up. Go back to the original, it doesn't look as good, does it? You know, this wee bit of playing around with the color swapping just makes a big difference, you know. It's kind of a really fine adjustment there. Yeah, I just haven't got the speed to do it really properly. But yeah, that was quite good. So the camera even detected motion, that little blur moving detected, so it's quite interesting. Anyway, enough on that one. Hopefully it's under fair use. Best watching the full episode though, and I'll post a link to it. And probably not a lot of people knew about the series. Obviously they had it available free, and then the TV series decided to buy their footage and turn it into, or re-edit it their way into a TV show. So it was here, wasn't it? So there's the episode there. I think if I try and play it here without a VPN, it will give an error. You can then have a listen to the sound, turn it really up when it screeches. Bigfoot on, Bigfoot and orbs on EMCCD. He also got this weird, like a lightning flash when the orbs showed up, which is very abnormal. It's almost like a portal opens up. And they also got flashes of something moving in front of the camera, which could have been something passing very close to the camera, like a spirit. But yeah, you have to watch the episode and see for yourself what you think about it. It may be just a sort of artifact as well. I don't know too much about the camera specs and technology behind it. But yes, it's very promising technology. So there you go. You can go and watch that in your own time. So coming up to 2 hours. So did anyone want to come on? I didn't see any comments if you did. But I can put it up if you want to have your say on some things. Or if you got something to talk about sighting that you had, this is the time to do it. Okay. Was there anything I missed here? Okay, no, I think we read all that. Okay, we'll just move on. On to the next bit. So what was this? Last Saturday night at Robert Moore State Park. I did not realize this was flying over me. Relative low height until I saw rear lights and started recording it as it moved away. So let's have a look. So this is probably part of all the drone craze at the moment. Okay, that looks to me like a plane. You get the regular pulsing AC light, anti-collision light, called AC. You also got on the wingtips flying away from the plane, you got white LEDs, and at the front you got a red one that side and a green one that side, I believe. And you've probably got no landing lights down at the moment. And the other light will be the tail light. And there's a lot of motion blur happening there because he's moving the camera around. So there's a little light there. Looks like the tail light. But anyway, definitely a plane. Of course, these people never use any of the apps, which is really frustrating. Anyway, someone said here, it took me 10 minutes. I even had the stars aligning. So a soundless Boeing 787. Maybe you need your hearing checked. Now, depends how high up it was, whether you'd hear it or not, and which way the wind was blowing, of course. But yeah, he reckons it's a 787. I'm not too sure what he's trying to compare here. Is that the road? What's that up there? I suppose we have to open it up further, is it? No, it doesn't allow us to do that. I don't see where the comparison is for an airplane. I don't think that's mixed psych wreck, is it? What's that there? I don't know. 10 foot. But where's the plane? Where's the flight radar data? Anyway. That one's solved. So you get a lot of these that people film in the sky saying they're drones, and it looks stationary because it's either flying away from it or flying towards them. And of course it takes a wee while for the lights to change distances, and especially on a smartphone or your eyes, it can merge the lights together. So yeah, that's another one that's sort of busted. Next one. Alright. Putin asked about drone incursions in Europe. What is your response to these allegations? Drone incursions into Denmark. Because people are saying it's Russians, you know, because they've been caught flying their drones over other border lines trying to bomb Ukraine. So he's definitely joking here, alright.
Владимир Владимирович, а зачем вы в Данию столько дронов посылаете?
Не буду больше.
Да, не надо больше.
Больше не буду. Не буду больше ни во Францию, ни в Данию, ни в Копенгаген. Куда еще-то летают?
Да, из Subtitles.
Да, в Лиссабон, куда они летают? И вы знаете, там развлекаются люди, которые когда-то развлекались по поводу неопознанных летающих объектов.
All those on X are ludicrous, posting about us.
Как и у нас, кстати говоря. Ничем не отличается, особенно молодые люди. Там они сейчас будут запускать вам каждый день.
Deluded
каждый
X
день.
users.
Вот пусть ловят там.
Deluded Sky Watchers.
Но, как вы понимаете, если серьезно...
I suppose Russians won't have a word for every English word, I don't know. But anyway, what did he say here translated? Oh, you know, I think we had enough fun with drones for now. I promise, no more drone launches into Denmark. We wouldn't want to spoil their beautiful landscape, would we? Yeah. I don't think he cares about the landscape, would he? But anyway, on to the next thing. I think there's more here on the drones anyway. I'll just skim on a bit. Oh yeah, Mick West is onto it. Looks like he's been... Well, I've been blocked. I don't know, let's see, let's reload it. Message unavailable, okay. This message doesn't exist, oh damn. They had a graphic there and a video, right? This truth guide that we just looked at with the other aircraft one, this was also aircraft. A surprising number of people think that oncoming planes are exactly sometimes UFOs pretending to be planes. Distance planes look like they are hovering because of perspective. When they get closer, I think it means you can see the individual. Mick, I agree. And see these posts a lot. However, you do have to admit it's very odd when they do not have a DSB or C and also not visible on other planes' radar systems. How do you know they have no ADS? Yeah, exactly. The Sky Watchers never use the apps anyway. They don't add it to the video. They don't say, oh, here's the screenshot of the location with no plane there. But of course, doesn't doesn't mean we can't rule out being military that's turned off its call sign, right? Which is the ADSB, which they're allowed to do, but the radar still sees them on the tower, and the tower still knows they're military planes because they have it logged in to the radar feed, which we don't get to see. So yeah, I think Mick West has posted some more today, so let's just go to his page. A reminder to people who say the Danish officials cannot possibly have mistaken planes for drones. So that's the old post. Okay, we got one 2 hours ago. More evidence of drones is simply a long exposure of a blinking nav lights off some aircraft. You can tell there's a long exposure for long trails. Yeah, you can see them stretched a bit. Left by car headlights. Some have interpreted this as a huge craft. It's not. Okay. So it's not even a video. So just, you know, again, people are just not using the apps. It's just stupid. Garbage. Okay. First, it's called drone activities over critical infrastructure. Now, the minister calls it aerial observations. Drone Sagan. What's that say? Mr. Dick Droner over Denmark. Okay, I thought it was misspelled English, but it's actually the language. What's that one say? Huge news. Authorities in Denmark are aware of mistakes are being made, but don't want it publicly to be known. I am certain authorities have seen Mick West Metabunk as the train and aircraft has been mentioned by journalists. Okay. So that's mistake. Misidentified planes, yeah. Or, you know, satellites or Starlinks and contrails as well. Okay, what do we got? This is a plane. A plane. I think I've had that one posted somewhere else. Kind of looks like a plane. It's got the right lights in the right place. And little blinking lights happening. What else have we got? Anything? A large stationary mothership surrounded by smaller UAPs. This is nonsense. Unless it's backed up by some actual evidence. Pseudo-skeptics and the drones. Mick West and co. suggest recent European drone. Well, it doesn't. We haven't seen any. Let's just put it this way: we haven't really seen any video that suggests it's actually a drone. We've certainly seen what it looks like planes with the light configurations and blinks happening, and also able to fact check it with historic flight radar data. But yeah, I'm not sure what we got here though. What's that looking at? flight radar. So he's saying there's no planes. I don't know if he's got the right time, because if you don't put in the right UTC time, you can be out by a day. So yeah, I don't know if he's got that right. He's picking up the time from here. What date is it? Doesn't say, does it? It's got time. That's 7 o'clock he's got there. It's got UTC time, September. But we've got no way of checking it ourselves to see if he's got it wrong. Dates. Is there any dates there? I don't see any. And the night from Thursday to Friday. During like craft. Okay. So I think it was Thursday there, was it? Thursday to Friday at 9 PM, which he's got listed here 7 PM. But it doesn't mean that he's got the correct time, does it? Let's see. How do we work it out? Debunk. Time. UTC. In. Okay, what do we got? So what's that saying? At the moment it's Friday? No, that can't be right, can it? Here is Sunday. And you guys are in Saturday. So that can't be the correct time. So let's click on that. That's better. 2:27 AM. Sunday. Is that right? It's now. What is it? 1:30 here. Sunday. So that's just gone into Sunday. Okay, that makes sense. You would have been Saturday, same as UK. So now you're into early morning Sunday. That's roughly the same as UK time then, isn't it? Plus 1 hour, because we're in daylight savings here. So yeah. So if it's Thursday at 9 PM, what's that related to UTC time though? Gets complicated because that's talking about CEST time. Have we got UT listed there at all? No. Oh, here we go. +1. What's that mean? Central European time. UTC +1. So New Zealand's +12. At the moment it's +13. So yeah, that works out, doesn't it? -12. So we got to think in their time. So if we put it to 9 PM, so that would be 12 plus 3 my time. Oh, right, UCT time. So if it's 9, UTC, no, Eastern time, then we'd have to minus 1 hour off it. No, that doesn't make sense. That means it's 8 o'clock. So what do you have on this post? I don't know, time zones really mess me up. Where's it gone? We're coming back to that one. Where's the Mick West one gone? No, it wasn't that. God, I've got some stuff to go through. Where is it? No. What the hell? Where's it gone? No. Oh, here it is. So what has he got down here? He's got 7, hasn't he? Hang on. No, it's got 7 and... yeah, 7. Is it really minus 2? Is the hour out here? $9 PM. He's got it as 7 PM. It looks like it's an hour wrong, doesn't it? Really, he should be looking at 8:30, shouldn't he? But then why 8:30 when they said 9 o'clock? Shortly after 9 o'clock. Let's see. There's a way to calculate it here. So we say 9 PM CEST to UTC. Okay, that should tell us, shouldn't it? Alright, 7 PM Sunday. So he's got 20 minutes after. So okay, he's got the right time then. Okay. Yeah, probably the hour out is probably the DTS nonsense that it's trying to relate it to my time. This is where how it gets all confusing, right? So say slightly shortly after, but that's no good. It's just got one screenshot here of 10 minutes after. But there is one plane in the sky here, right? There's one. And you'd see the back lights of it. Is there any others? So that could be closer to the box. In 10 minutes, so 9 o'clock it might have been there, traveling away, right? So it looks to me like it could easily be that plane. So yeah, I think that one's also debunked just by looking at that there. So let's just go to his post there. A large stationary drone and several small ones flying off it. So we see one large plane, but we don't see other little objects. Multiple drones branching off from one large object. Several. What's that? 10 to 15 around stationary drone. What's that mean? Yeah, with the numbers after it. 2024, 2020. Yeah, I don't understand the number in here. Unless it's talking about 8 o'clock, almost 8:30, 8:20. What's 10:15 mean? Anyway. Mick West just claims everything is an airplane, but on that photograph of the map, it looks like a plane. While ignoring stuff that are obviously not planes. Drone development has been driven. So yeah, we see a plane there, don't we? But how would you explain the bits seen dropping off it though? Excluded aerial illegal drone overflights. Could it be that the other planes are there, but we just haven't got the rest of the map? It's possible. Could they be seeing maybe other lights from something else in the front of it? Like, often planes fly a flight path, right? So it could be leading that plane. Could have been two jets branching off to different countries from the flight path, and it looks like other lights are breaking off from it. So yeah, that one is not enough information really. Yeah, what was it? We're looking at Mick West feed at the moment. Was there anything else? Politics. Promoting his skateboarding stuff. Ooh, music. The game he worked on made millions of dollars. Still doing politics. And I think we got to that one last time. Speaking of politics, yeah, I don't think we've got Jasper on today, but he took a snipe at me at the end of the show last time, which I didn't appreciate too much, and he's too scared to show his face now probably. But anyway, moving on. He called me stupid. Okay, so let's just go through the other bits. I think that's all the drone nonsense at the moment, or maybe a few more other bits actually. What was that one? Oh, we'll come back to that one. Okay, this one here, let's see, what's this one? So we got the Atlas nonsense still. It's now behind Mars, we can't see it, as we read last time. And it'll take 2 days for the probes that are orbiting Mars to relay the information back to Earth to be analysed or something. But this guy here is digitally enhanced using AI. Claiming it looks like although it doesn't say it is the Atlas itself, it says digitally enhanced image of Atlas object. It doesn't say the comet, so it says object that the YouTuber Dawson Power took with his telescope today. Now, so we've got a ground-based telescope. As you know, we get a lot of clutter in the sky that passes in front of telescopes like planes, balloons, birds, bats, and high-altitude balloons. And looks like a load of cloud cover there to me. And we just got a blob, right, which looks like it's got a little string attached to it. So let's just have a look at that one. Can we get it bigger? Captured by doxxing power while surveying 3i Atlas coordinates with a solar telescope. A dark silhouette object emerged during observation. Emerged from what? So this looks like it's looking through a cloud cover to me. And what emerges from clouds? Balloons. This image has been enhanced for clarity and color. Doesn't say it doesn't say it's a 3i Atlas at all. It actually looks like a heart-shaped balloon with a trailer attached to it. And of course it's only a still, we haven't got a video and we don't see it tumbling or turning, do we? Which would rule out it being anything but. And even on that image there you can see there's a something thing. Again, it looks like it's definitely not the Atlas, right? What's the funny colour shaded too, you know? Unless you got filters on your telescope. Is that meant to be the sun behind? So yeah, I have my doubts about this image being the actual Atlas. I reconstructed the original photo of the comet with AI to simulate how it might look up close. The keyword is simulate. You know, if you use AI, you add in artifacts. So it's not really a real object then? That's what we're trying to say? You can see how the AI enhances the edges and makes things look like what might be a string or a smoke trail into a physical object. You know, it's just ridiculous what people are doing out there. I said here, do use AI. It's useless for video enhancements without changing it. And of course you got idiots keep posting this one here, which is just a artist rendering. Back then they didn't have cameras. Of a sundog with a Halo 22 during a hailstorm. That's what looks like. Snow particles and ice crystals sparkling. The rods are a wee bit strange though, but again it is an artist rendering, so it could be just artistic license there. And that thing there could be a lightning strike representation as well, But it looks like something caught fire there from a lightning strike. And it looks like it's got these little round things all around it too. But yeah, this looks like a big storm, and the sun breaks through and the halo happens. But people say it's UFOs and fighting each other or whatever. So what could these roddy things look like? That one's broken off there, which is kind of strange, isn't it? And that one looks like it's got a little bit on the end. That one almost looks like a cannon with cannonballs inside. And what would these bits be, you know? Some vicious windy storm with hail and lightning, and that could be just broken bits of tree or whatever, I don't know, or debris that's been lifted up like a tornado and thrown down. But yeah, UFOs doesn't seem to suggest that there, in my opinion, because they're not the classic UFOs, right? If it had like a disc shape, you know, we're seeing some ancient artwork where it looks like actual UFOs. This one doesn't have any of that. Anyway. But this is a guy that's also being outed by all the other video analysis guys like Mick West out there. This is a guy that's posting like lots of things for traffic. Break-in. The James Webb ST detected a brightest fast radio signal of all time. So when I read that, I thought, hang on. We looked at the James Webb telescope and it had nothing there about picking up radio broadcasts from deep space. It had only like transmitters to send data back to Earth at the back of it. Certainly didn't have anything on the front of the camera, only for detecting various frequency ranges in the infrared. So yeah, I thought that sounds a bit strange. So what do people say here? I think I did ask AI about it. So dazzling RB float radio burst originated in a nearby galaxy. So I think it's misleading. Alright, I did do it AI and I posted it here, right? AI check post. The X post thread highlights the detection of RB float, the brightest fast radio burst on record, originating from galaxy NGC 4141. Sounds a bit like Star Trek, that does. And use major 130 billion light years away. Is that all? 130, not just 130 light years, but a million light years. That's even greater distance than we looked at last time. But mistakenly credits the James Webb Space Telescope instead of the CHIME radio array and its out triggers. Detected on March 16, 2025, this millisecond long non-repeating burst from a galaxy edge suggests an origin in a relatively older magnetar, enabling detailed study of FRB environments as reported in the August 25 Astrophysical Journal. Proximity intensity reveal FRB diversity beyond young star formation region, supporting theories of varied progenitors like neutron star mergers and underscore chimes role in localizing over 4,000 FRBs since 2018. So someone's fabricated a story here, put in the James Webb because we got the Atlas flying towards us, and this is how misinformation just spreads on social media. And this is the sort of thing that secure team would do. And many other frauds out there. So he's mixing in a image from deep space here, which is probably nothing to do with it. But anyway, if you see that floating around, just beware. It's another fabrication. Another ship, you know, everybody's thinking, oh, it's all to do with the Atlas, and it proves that AV lobe is correct. It's communicating now. Wrong. Did I see some activity here? What have we got here? Jasper, you have shown up. There is a date to the what have you renamed yourself? I don't. Hang on, what's going on here? I know someone called Jason Knight on YouTube. Okay, so what have we got? Let's go back to what I missed. There's a lot of chat. Jasper, you're 11 hours ahead. Yeah. Then it's 6 PM in Australia. I forgot that. Now, what are we talking about? Did I miss something? Alright, here we are. Must have missed a chunk between posts. Oh, a big chunk. Okay. Have you seen the video of orbs from Afghanistan? I'm just trying to think. 2011, going back a few years. I didn't really join the UFO scene until 2016, which was my mistake because everything got ugly with Trump and them clamping down on UFO sites after that. I wonder if there are some things we can't see in the surrounding fields. So you're talking about the EMCCD. More than likely, yes. And because our IR cameras are not picking up. You know, remember the stuff that triggered the lights down the hallway? Yet we could only see what looked like a sort of a mist forming, but this camera is pretty low grade in the hallway and had some corruption. But it was almost like something was interfering with the hallway camera and causing the corruption. Because it's normally it's not that bad, but there was definitely a lot of corruption happening. Like there was some like EMF disturbance happening at that 3 o'clock in the morning event. But yeah, haven't talked about that in a while, have I? About that one, but they've had an EMCCD camera, which is, you know, really pricey, and no one has it for their homes at the moment. Maybe it would have picked up other stuff, right, that we didn't see. And also in the bedroom when stuff was happening, and IA camera sort of got a really faint image of something, but the EMCC would have enhanced whatever that was. There's a like 10+ minute video on here, not that many views. Thanks for membership, whoever that was. That was Google, but I just initiated it this morning. Do it first show of every month. There's no way it was screenshot from a live camera feed. It's not a long exposure. Jasper just came in. If Paul doesn't answer right away, stick to the stream. He will read the chat. Yeah, I'm not too sure what you're talking about there, but a lot of the stuff we have looked at cases over the years and probably have come across the one you're talking about and probably have found out that orbs are actually something explainable. But yeah, I'm not sure about showing a video link, which you can't post here. You have to join Discoast and post it there. It's 6 PM in Australia. So you, the guy I was talking to last night, there was someone joined last night from Australia as well, which is maybe just synchronicity there, I don't know. I forgot. It was enhanced with AI. Yeah, AI is just rubbish. Always does the edge thing and turns anything around it into part of the craft. And never a good idea to use AI. No, it's not. I'm just trying to skim this so we can move on. They're describing a battle they saw in the sky. Okay, if it's the one where they filmed it on a car dash cam, that was just car headlights passing by and it was reflecting off the car window they were filming through. If that's the one that you're talking about, I don't know. Firstly, think it was legit. They didn't understand. Yeah, a lot of stuff is like reflections of windows. There was a lot of wars happening here and there. There's also military exercises with flares being dropped. There's all sorts of things that was going on, right? So what just disconnected? Looks like we lost connection there for Pilled again. Hopefully it resumed okay. Is there a date to the painting? Painting? I'm not sure what painting we're talking about there now. Anyway, we'll just carry on. Yeah, you're on Pilled. Oh no, you're on YouTube. Who was on Pilled before? Okay. I thought there was someone on Pilled before it dropped off. But anyway, yeah. So again, we're on 3i Atlas. Breaking, NASA just released an official web page for the rarest interstellar comet. Notice how they say comet here. And who is he? I don't know, but he's a sky watcher by the looks of it. Passing through our solar system. Something is cooking. Now, apparently, days later, the website had a logo on it saying this website is no longer managed by NASA because of funding restrictions from Trump administration or something like that. I thought that sounds like some sort of IT person that's gone berserk because he's lost his job and wrote that across the web page before he walks out the door. Being the weekend as well, it probably doesn't get corrected till Monday, you know, that sort of thing. But yeah, so they finally put up a web page of information on it. And obviously it's got trajectory. And there's where it is with Mars at the moment. But I thought it was passing behind Mars. Because they can't see it from Earth at the moment, so that means maybe Mars was there. So there might be a future prediction that maybe, I don't know. Don't forget to check out the Bunk website dedicated to fair cooking. whatever that means. Is it a website? Let's just click on that. No. So where's the website link? Is that it? Oh, there you go. Due to, oh, here we go. Due to lapse in federal government funding, NASA's not updating this website. What's that working on? Meaning though, the website or the project? There's a link elsewhere. There you go. Mercury, where's the object? Alright, so Earth's there. Where do we get it to play again? Alright, started on its own. So where was Mars? I'm trying to see Mars. So there's Mars. Oh yeah, what a... So that must be the forecast of the future. Okay. So at the moment it's been flying, we've been observing, now it's behind Mars. If one has seen it from that angle. I'm just trying to work it out. Where's Earth? Way over here. So yeah, the sun would have blocked it. Mars would have blocked it. And then it peaks out again. Well, at least I've got that little emanation up. That's pretty cool. Discovery. I got that emanation up. They got the other observatory up. They got other videos up. It's quite a lot there. What's the latest? So is it being monitored or not? Seems a lot on there. So when was the funding cut? It's got a lot of links underneath it, but yeah, I don't know. It kind of looks like it's working. I reckon it's probably a practical joke, but who knows? Just to try and get at Trump, right? Or, you know, voters. Totally fake picture. Okay, so this is the other thing that's doing the rounds on UFO interest. So what are we looking at here? A mothership. UFO, it looks kind of fake, doesn't it? Yeah. And 3 orbs. And what was the other one? The same, but what's he trying to say here? Totally fake pictures. There's a known Mexican hoaxer. Probably works with Jamie Mason then, does he? Nitu John. Isn't that the guy that the Turkey guy was associated with? The one that faked the aliens and the UFO? Got a feeling that was the same guy, but I'm not 100% sure now. I'd have to go back and check. Faked UFOs like the Italian hoaxer antenna. Oh, it might have been this guy that was next to the Turkey guy, another hoaxer. Is in this comparison, you can see the same UFOs with different backgrounds. Right, so he's saying it's the same emanation but different video they used. Right. 2 different videos, same craft. Okay, that makes sense. 2 fingers up. So yeah, 2 names to watch out for: Antonio Urizi and Giannietto John. I suppose that's how you say it. Okay, so this one here was posted around by Stephen Greenstreet. Man films weird glowing UFOs in Poland, I mean, that look like fiery clouds. Now, as soon as I saw this, I knew exactly what it was because we've covered it so many times in the past, but we'll just play it. Got some music added to it. You can see here that sort of broke up and disappeared.
Ej, zobaczcie, co tu tam na niebie jest?
Do as you're told in the background there. Okay, so this is typical of helium foam clouds. And I thought maybe if Greenstreet had been watching me, he would know that straight away as well. Did I post a link to it? I think I posted another link. Let me just find the video I posted to him. Someone said it was stunt parachutes. Definitely can see it's fine. But anyway, went to my post, it disappeared. I had a post with the phone. Someone releasing some handmade helium foam clouds. Before we looked at ones you stamp out in a stencil of different animals and things. Alright, must be here, hidden. There we go. No. No, that's not it. Where's my video gone? Ah, God, I hate the comet structure on this. Useless. X is useless. It's got to be here somewhere. No, that's someone else's video. I'm not in spam. Ah, here we go. What it is. So yeah, this is a video of YouTube where someone's making them for the kids in the background, which just sounds like the same things being used by that guy that's filming the other one, and that's breaking off bits. YouTube allows
Hey guys, welcome back. I'm Nate.
Nate. So he's making these things here with helium and just basic subs.
Here's these foam
subs.
flying balloons. Here's the materials we're going to need.
We just want to see some flying, mate. We don't care how to make them. Stupid music added. He's got it too heavy, or not big enough. Has he got any that go really up? There we go. Up and away. There you go. It looks just like the video, right? They float around, change different directions, go backwards, and upwards and downwards. It's a UFO, man. Anyway, that's enough of that for transformative examples. Of course, I got 32 views and no loves. This is typical of people don't want to learn. Average quest again. Okay, if this is true, this is a huge story. So Ashton Ford's, Ashton Ford's, the nut job, claims to be the so-called scientist WizKid, is claiming nuclear plasma physics. Okay, what's he saying? Using your security clearance to publicly dox individuals' information is a serious crime with severe penalties, potentially including fines and imprisonment for years. Doxing itself is often illegal under state or federal law when combined with classified information, a felony offense under laws like 18 US code, whatever it is. Such actions can lead to significant legal consequences and jeopardize your security clearance. Ashton Forbes is in fact using his clearance and access to dox people's private information. This is a potential federal crime. So what's this posted here? It has come to my attention that it was actually you who doxed everyone. Holy shit, one of Ashton's former moderators. Okay. So this is obviously more drama, right? Is accusing Ashton of misusing his security clearance. Oh well, let's see him put in prison then. I guess like most things, nothing really ever happens, alright? These people insult and attack other people and get away with it all the time online. Yeah, we're going to look at Metabunk one, but I might see if I can read that one out. Oh, some of it disappeared. Where is the letter? We're going back to that one. That's from a few live shows ago where we're talking about Skinwalker Ranch and the self-healing ceramics, and he asked another doctor. I quickly got a reply from Arnold's thing, so we'll just have a read of that out. I'm not going to try and read through all that. My glasses are steaming up and my eyes are getting blurry. One of the two, or both of them. It looks like a blurry bit in my eye. On my cataract side of all things. I keep thinking it's on the glass, but it's actually on the eye, which is annoying. Need some eye drops. Let's just have a read of this letter finally. I need Edge to do it though, which I hate Edge. Even though they're using Chromium, it's still slower and it's horrible than Brave. And I haven't got a drink here and I'm gasping. Maybe there's a bottle next to my bed here. I'll just have a look. Alright, so it's coming a bit better this time. Now, how's it going to read that? That'll be really interesting. There's the letter there, was it? It's funny how it comes in differently on both browsers. So he's comparing the images like I was, seeing that they had changed the settings and it was misleading. And he's showing it at different levels, 1 kilovolts, 5, 10 and 20. How you're looking at the same sample and the same location, how it changes it. It's like zooming in. So that there looks like it might be that bit there, isn't it? So it looks like it's zooming in, getting more detailed, and that bit there looks like that bit there, doesn't it? That bit there looks like that bit there. So yeah, depending on what settings you got, it can look like totally different. So obviously 1 kilovolt will be the least detail. Like a zoom out level. Let's see, readout. Here we go, is that it?
Self-healing ceramic material from Skinwalker Ranch SEM. Scanning electron microscope analysis. Mick West, Administrator. At the start of this season 6 of Skinwalker Ranch, they posted a segment on the recovery and analysis of some small pieces of what look like ceramic tile. They think this came from an alien artifact buried deep underground, but it seems to be something an archaeologist fished out of the spoils pit, so lacks a clear chain of custody to prove its initial location. They take the samples to Dr. Brian Patchett at Utah Valley University, and he put it in SEM. They do a variety of scans. The first one displayed shows the artificial seeming texture lines on the tile. They then show an animation that seems to show some holes getting bigger. They then use the time-tested diagnostic technique of turning it off and on again, and get a new image on the left here. The holes seem to vanish. Dr. Patchett says, "I've never seen anything that is capable of doing."
Yeah, so turn it off and on, it changes the energy level. That was what we looked at last time. They call it the what was it now? Sample voltage charge or something like that. Current? No, current it was. Sample current. And if you turn it off, obviously it's going to go back down, and because electron microscope relies on charge, right? So you get less detail going, right? So it's like it's going back to the initial settings, and as electrons hit it, it creates a surface charge. They call it surface charge, sample surface charge or something like that. So that's what Mick West is pointing out here as well.
Doing this. This stuff is fixing itself. Dr. Taylor says, yes, it's healing. That's exactly right. So I asked ChatGPT, and it suggested a couple of possibilities. First, they're the phenomenon of charging artifacts where electrons build up on the surface, kind of like static electricity, and this messes with the image.
I haven't read
Secondly,
this, of course.
Note the 5.0 kV on the left and 10 kV on the right. Higher voltages penetrate samples more, so can reveal subsurface details, making the same area look very different. Like in this example. Wanting some human input, I posted this on X. I quickly got a reply from Arnold Cruise, an SEM expert who used to work for TESCAN, the SEM used here. He gave a detailed analysis of what is going on, and gave me permission to share here. Because this hits right into my area of expertise, 25 years, I thought I might give you a bit more insight into what is shown here. I now work for JEOL and in the past also worked for and with TESCAN, the SEM brand in this video. At first, he loads 2 samples on carbon tabs, and the material seems to be ceramic. Then he images these samples at 20 kV, using the secondary electron detector. Ceramics are mostly insulators and don't conduct electricity well. In SEM this will cause problems, and the higher the voltage used, the heavier the effect. The electrons that are used for imaging can't escape in a normal way, causing local charging and discharging effects. These effects usually result in many different kinds of imaging artifacts. One of them is this rectangular patterns 319 into the video. It doesn't look like Mother Nature, someone says. But of course this looks weird if you don't know what really happens when you are looking with improper conditions or not well-prepared samples. At around 340 the holes seem to get bigger, but this is just the charging effect. Also at 346 this is exactly what happens in the top right of the image. You can see something light up and get darker. The longer the same area is bombarded, the samples gets charged up, creating a local electric field which charges and discharges. Someone asks, isn't this just the beam doing this? Well, it's just exactly that, in combination with an insulating sample. Then they switch it off, but at 409 it is still in external scan mode. The external scan is used for the EDAX system that's attached to this microscope.
Yeah.
This system identifies the chemical composition of what you're looking at. Now, if you are looking at alien material, the first you would like to know is what it is made of, wouldn't you? Well, this is what the EDAX system is for. The only reason not to show this is because they would probably reveal that the material is something like alumina or some other very common ceramic material. Because the system is coming out of external scan mode, I guess they just finished with the EDAX measurement and concluded it's nothing special. Then they compare two images. One taken at 10 kV and one at 5 kV. Indeed, they are different. But the magnification is really low for SAM, and the penetration depth difference of 5 kV versus 10 kV is not the reason for the differences in the images. It's all charging effects. I guess they did a relatively long EDAX analysis. At 10 kV, you generally use a higher voltage to excite more electrons and get a better spectrum, while heavily bombarding the sample, after which the charging effect of the sample is in full effect. Any experienced microscopist would not bother looking at this sample this way when the charging effect is so heavy. Standard practice would be to go to low vac mode, 20 to 100 pascals pressure, to eliminate charging, or simply coat the sample with a conductive layer to avoid charging effects. Using 1 kV is another trick that can be used to reduce charging effects, but the Tescan Vega system is not so.
Now, they did actually coat this ceramic with gold, which is like a charging layer, right? Again, they said it was stretching, but when we looked at it, comparing the samples, it looked identical. So yeah, it depends on the contrast and comparing how they're comparing things, right? Travis would say things and people would just be like deer and headlights around him. Even that guy that was controlling the machine almost seemed too scared to say anything that contradicted what Travis was saying. Yeah, you have to watch the episode, right?
So good at imaging under these conditions, and you can't use the EDAX at 1 kV. Also, on these systems 1 kV is not for novice users, because this requires heavy manual adjustment of this microscope. Also, Dr. Patchett seems to be an expert in a different field of physics, and I don't see any track record on electron microscopy. What I see in this video is a novice user improperly analyzing a non-conductive sample, making many beginners' mistakes. And a follow-up when I asked why there was such a pronounced difference in the side-by-side image.
So this is another expert talking about another expert saying that they've got on the show someone that's not really a specialist on this sort of stuff, even though he said on the show that's not how he remembers seeing ceramic when he's done samples in the past. Yeah, this is why it needs to be like public available data, and it should be peer reviewed by other scientists. You know, I've said to Brandon many times that it doesn't come across very credible. unless it's really badly edited and Travis says something stupid and they keep it in. But yeah, he always defends them. Unfortunately, he reckons they follow strict science methods. Well, we're not seeing it on the TV show. It's like a comedy act, isn't it? When you compare it to Haunted Discovery's TV show, you can see they're using equipment they know that doesn't get interfered with CB radios, like many other shows. And they got equipment that can't be affected by that sort of stuff, right? Like they got stuff that goes off with temperature rather than just and also EMF at the same time. There's no way with radio signals that you can get a temperature change at the same time, which suggests there's something more going on. That's talking about the paranormal show, but they could do something similar on Skinwalker Ranch, I'm sure, where it eliminates all the artifacts or possibilities of interference from outside. And I've talked about using Faraday cages in the past as well. You know, they could have a Faraday cage net over the whole bubble if they wanted to, and see if they get that frequency again. If it comes from inside the bubble, then they need to figure out that it's from their own gear, and have everybody outside the bubble and just have the receiver inside the Faraday cage and see if they still pick it up. And if they don't, you know it's from their gear, right? So you do inside the dome first and then outside the dome, and then you can eliminate the frequency band alien talking to you, because you should be able to get it inside and as well as outside. Well, you should have two tables set up, one inside and one outside maybe, but then again you could get crossover. So yeah, it's best to just do it one set of instruments then outside. But there's no reason why you couldn't have another device detecting outside at the same time that doesn't transmit but receives only. But yeah, is that the letter day? I think this is all the letter, right? And the follow-up, so there's a follow-up thing coming up here. But you can see here totally trashing the self-healing, and that was on the final episode still, you know. It just makes me wonder if Brandon and anyone that's really serious in this actually reads what Mick West finds out in post, because then you got to answer it, right? You know, if I read that criticizing the TV show I was producing, I'd have to respond to it and say, let's get this guy on TV if he wants to be, and instead of reading it out, and actually have them come along and improve our methodology or whatever. Because sometimes it takes many minds to solve out something, right? Because one person could make a mistake. That's why it needs to be peer-reviewed.
Image if it was just charging artifacts. The side-by-side images are indeed from the same area. The change in voltage has some effect, but I believe extensive scanning on the same area completely charged up the parts that are bright. They discharge, which will saturate the secondary electron detector. The dark part is simply dark because it has not charged up that much and not releasing so many electrons. How exactly the charge buildup has distributed is hard to say, but the charge effect is really severe. Any somewhat experienced microscopists would notice and not base any conclusions on this. It is just really bad data. Charging is SEM users' biggest foe, and learning to identify it is given on a training on day one. Also, locally heavily charging samples will create its own electric field and deform the image, and in time make it even move or change shape.
Yeah.
The effect can even be so severe you can use a charging sample as an electron mirror. I have once seen the pole piece of the microscope that way. Proper way to do this is to apply a 5 to 10 nanometers carbon coating. Then the charging is gone, and nothing will move. But will make for less attractive TVA. I am on vacation now, but next month back in the office
That's
and in the
interesting.
lab.
Carbon
Can
coating
stick a random
talks
piece
about
of
there.
quartz or
not gold coating. No, they didn't do carbon coating. Internet quote. I watched this carefully, kind of expecting gotcha at Mick West. I studied a lot of CMN technologies. Sad to say, the clip is very dishonest about what's going on. It's hard to believe the physicist operating the instrument doesn't understand what's happening. So yeah. Then I asked, do you think it's more the result of charging artifacts than subsurface penetration? It's a beam sample charging artifact. But it's caused in part by the greater penetration of higher beam voltage. It probably does imply that the sample is porous. I'm going back to this clip from episode 1. Here's the full segment of Brandon listening in. I really much appreciate this compelling analysis. In my eyes, quite thorough exposure of the web of mistakes and deception going on in this clip. 2 sub-points I'd like to underline. Chain of custody, people who really should know better. Thanks for tackling this clip. Gary C. Gasper. Not a Gary C. Nolan. As Nick notes, generally breathless excitement in Skinwalker Ranch over little odds and ends that turn up in the spools. Sure is demon, given the apparent lack of curiosity about non-alien explanations. People that should know better. That's talking about Travis, I suppose. As the show's increasing relevance on legit scientists in ways that are merely enabled further glossing over. So we talked about the makeup of the material, which was more interesting, and it's not a standard ceramic, but possibly used in aerospace or Black Ops mission craft. So the AI did actually say it more matches what's used on space shuttle tiles, just like Travers had said. So there is one credit there to him, but it doesn't rule out being Black Ops spy planes and the ceramics they're using to absorb radar signals so it doesn't bounce back to the sender. So it just ends up being a lost signal. So it becomes invisible, you know. But yeah, what else we got here? So really, these shows should have like a peer review scientist where they send it out and they look at the analysis and what they said, and then come back with a report and read it out in the show at the end, saying, "Oh, we don't agree with the findings and statements made, and we think this is just a mundane piece of blah blah blah," or something like that. There should be like something like that in the end. That'd make the show more credible. But I think it's all about entertainment rather than finding truth. Looks like they've added a lot more to the page since I've been here last. And now they're talking about the chemicals in it, elements in it, and stealth craft. So let's have a look. Lab analysis. Interior is different. So what is he trying to say? That it doesn't match? I'm not sure what they're talking about here. Looks like something I posted that Mick West has reused, actually. Unless he's used the same AI and it's come up with the same thing. Because I was talking about the magnets, and it's talking about similar things. I was talking about diamagnetic materials. Opposite direction. That would have been in August, wouldn't it? I think my show... I posted it around, but yes, Mick West might have picked up on it. I believe the top few search engine hits were AI generated pages, and they don't count as sources. Yeah, not too sure what's going on there. But anyway, looks like it's been added since I've last been on there, so I haven't seen this before. Higher iron content. Find a coin. I think it may have been before I posted my stuff, actually. Finally, the 1964 nickel is the most common nickel, with 2.8 billion of them minted. Wow, that's a lot. That date is pretty meaningless in terms of accurately putting a time on when the coin arrived there. There's probably millions of them still in circulation. Yeah, probably. What's this? I looked into my cord jar. There was 16 nickels. 6 of them were in 1919, 1 was 1953, and 1 was 1964. Where's the date on it? Where's the date? Oh, right there. Is it that? Is it the date? I don't know. No, it can't be. Is it? Anyway, and next week, Travis says the material is a superconductor. Anyway, we're done with that. Now I think... Oh, pushed the wrong button again. I just find it a wee bit boring, this Skinwalker Ranch stuff, compared to all the other stuff we've looked at, which is far more interesting there. The alien greys and other videos, and also today's show of the EMCCD camera. I find the Skinwalker Ranch really, really boring stuff now, compared to what other people are doing out there and capturing, you know, the Bigfoot sounds. You know, that's a lot more interesting than Travis talking. Yeah, so we're going for time. 3.5. I'm probably going to have to wrap up. Need to go to the toilet, actually. Liz, we missed you last week. Late to the party. Yeah, you've missed all the good stuff on the paranormal again. You have to go back and watch it. It's good that you joined us and had said hi on the side though. I suppose I should really look at some of this stuff. Where did we get to here? Third phase. I suppose we could look at a third phase for a wee while. So what's going on Reddit lately? I'll just reload that one just to be sure. That must be to the old post, is it? 28 days ago. Oh no, this is the one that we looked at, and I said when I looked at it straight away, looked like it was an LA plane, and that's the solar farm somewhere near Las Vegas, right? What is this? Looks like I didn't scroll back out of it. Looks like a solar array, yes. See, there's people out there are learning and listening and following people like me, and they're gradually figuring it out. So what have we got here? 4 hours ago. Atlas again, boring. The newest and closest of Atlas as it passes Mars right this moment, minutes ago. It's not a comet. It's perfectly cylindrical. Who says it's not a comet, though? And who's the expert analyzing the video? The newest and closest. How do we know that's not just a gas cloud, you know? Who says it's a cylinder? Where's the NASA, the experts, you know? Well, I think we'll wait till all the results are finally in on that one. But anyway. Not the Russian video again, is it? Found some juice. Looks like a model hanging in a tree. Oh yeah, old fakes, you know, old fakes. Fakes galore. Okay, let's have a look. Yeah, it's not like suspended models, don't they? I don't really like photos. Videos give us more clues. What's that one? That's meant to be like a copycat of the, what's it called? The Calvine one from Scotland. The one from MOD. Got a feeling that was also a model or CGI or something like that. Now we've seen these jellyfish balloons before, right? And you can get them from China. They would look just like that. With the sun setting on them, right? What's this one? Again, it looks like garbage, doesn't it? But I think what we're looking at there is actually a bird gliding. There's the wing there. That's the body going upwards, right? And there's the head. Some type of bird. And there's the trees down here. And they can look like UFOs, yeah. Silhouette of a bird glide into a tree. That game could be also the same. And the wing is a wee bit blurry there. Again, it could be just simply a bird gliding along. Creates a silhouette like that. And again, it could be the bird again. Flying back towards the tree.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Who we got? A follow. That must be on Twitch. We've got a Twitch watcher up there. Thanks for joining and following. We do this show once a weekend. We basically cover a whole week in one episode or one show. We'll try to, the main stuff anyway. Depends what time I get. Also find unique stuff that other people don't talk about and find connections with other things we've done in the past to compare things. This one here looks like it's from a well-known fake, I think. Seems to ring a bell, this one. It wasn't Billy Meyer one, that one, was it? Anyway, just carrying on. Hey, we got some Fijian or Hawaiian dancers. It must be Hawaii though, I'd say. I'm not sure how you can tell the difference, but okay. What are we looking at here? Could be a bug or a bird. Oh, Super Zoom's playing up. Yeah, could easily be a bird or a bug. Yeah, it's on digital camera there, I think. We got some motion blur, and it's very blurry, isn't it? Wait on. Another one. Okay, photos don't really do me any good, because they could certainly be models hanging with some fishing wire that. So was there a change in difference there as well? 1970 Japan, I reckon. Is it going through a window? Who knows, you know. They could do it with normal camera fake models. Is it in a book? I mean, that's the middle part of the book. I don't know. That's the problem with looking at old photographs. We don't know. It's sort of out of context, right? And we don't know the background of it. Another one that looks like a really bad, washed out image. Again, that looks like a Billy Meyer craft, or that other guy that hoaxed stuff with lampshades and Edison light bulbs, and he cut them up, didn't take off the logo, so when they re-scanned in the images, negatives, they could actually see General Electric written on the bulb underneath. But yeah, he faked them as well, a bit like Billy Meyer. It kind of looks like a lampshade, doesn't it? One of these old desktop ones. Yeah, that's where also Bob Lazar got his idea of the 3 pods underneath, was from that guy. Can't we get back to the original post? Sorry, we have. Okay. This one rings a bell, from Painton, wasn't it? Baptism of Christ, 1710. Yeah, it's all subjective again. Whether that's actually an alien craft sending down some tractor beams, or is it simply just meant to represent the moon or the sun with beams coming, sunlight beams coming down onto the newborn, which is probably more the case, probably, is it? Star of Bethlehem. But who knows, it could have been a UFO and not a star. And the thing is, over in that part of the world, if you got born there and you're not married, then they stone the woman to death, right? That's how they dealt with things over there. They would say that you slept with someone outside marriage, and they cast stones down on that, so to speak. So it makes sense that should say, "Oh, I didn't have sex, it's a miracle baby." And that's probably how the story started. But we're not allowed to say that, of course. Because some people actually believe the Bible for every word in it. But I think it's just a collection of stories, and it may have some factual stuff in it and some mythology added to it, you know. It's nice to believe that there's an afterlife, I guess. That all what we do in our lifetime doesn't go to waste, that carries on forever. See people that you used to love or like again. It's all good. Or your dogs, of course. What's this? Someone throwing a ball on the runway. That's what it looks like. Looks like a wet, windy day there, doesn't it? Could it be someone's luggage? Someone had like a beach ball going to Hawaii and it sort of blew away onto the runway. Who knows? Again, it's another silly image, right? Manchester Airport. Because a lot of them fly to Spain, don't they? They spend most of their holidays in Spain. Over from the UK, because it's closest. That has sun. Today, gentlemen, will forever be marked as a day NASA remained silent during one of the most important events. Which is what? Exactly. Talking about the Atlas again, James Webb Telescope. Well, they actually got a website. Right, they're pointing out that thing. I still think it's possibly a joke, you know. Or some upset person that got sacked that day and just modified the web page and slammed the door out the way. Good for conspiracies, though. Alien probe or cosmic dust. Yeah, I'm not going to play it. Mr. Borland, we were talking about him earlier. Aircraft. Experimental Black Ops spycraft or bombers or whatever. Two saucer-shaped aiming craft. Something taken out of context. Looks like it's been cropped and zoomed. Wasn't that one of that plane that flies in Australia? I suppose we could play it, but it's too tempting. It looks like the plane in Australia. That looks like a UFO. Some guy built it as a project. Flies it around air shows, right? Images from a 24-hour cam. Okay, next again, talking about the drones, and Mick West looked at that one and said it was this long exposure of a plane travelling through the sky, which again would make sense. And as it's moving, it's blinking the red light underneath. So 1, 2, 3, so that would probably be like a 10-second exposure for low lights. So this is what's doing the rounds on Reddit at the moment. They're not still talking about the Japanese nuclear thing, are they? I don't know, it looks like a similar location, is it? Oh no, that's talking about the drones again. I mean, yeah, it's talking about that craft going through the sky. So there's a lot of repeats on here, isn't there? What's this one? One ball of light and one mothership. 19 hours ago. Again, it's a YouTube video, which I don't like playing. And it's got music. So yeah, as soon as anyone adds music to it and has a name that sounds like it's from South America, turns me off straight away. Mick West has been posted about. Shut up, Mick West, please. What people misunderstood about the Democrat. We read that one out earlier, didn't we? Yeah, so this is a typical response you expect from people. They simply just don't want to follow the truth or facts, you know. If you can prove it's a plane, good, you know, prove it's a plane. Use the tools when you're filming something, just rule it out being a plane at the time. It'll save a lot of time and energy in the first place, right? So there's not much, just the same old drone crap and Atlas crap. And that one there, alleged UFOs captured by so-called, oh yeah, but that one that hoaxes stuff. With fishing line, and also, wasn't he the one that puts buttons on a glass frame with the camera underneath? Yeah, that's probably what he did. So it looks like it's up above the house. So what he does is he puts a glass table with a button on it and frames it up in such a way that he can capture the roof of the house on an angle, and it looks like it's up in the sky when it's not actually not. Yeah. And I suppose, can we actually see what it looks like? Could easily be a button, couldn't it? Yeah, so crappy. We got any others? How about that one? I think we've looked at his stuff in the past, haven't we? That one looks like it's a ball with black things going around the outside there. With a insert and what looks like a red light there. So that could easily be just simply a balloon that he's launched and photographed. Let's see, we've got another angle of it. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it looks a bit suspect, doesn't it? It looks like it's got the red LED. Had it before the red LED, now it's got the blue LED there, which is the right color blue that you get for the LEDs off the shelf, right? It'd be some model he made probably. It's got it hanging by a fishing line. Yeah, why show photographs? Shows the video from where it shows up and then disappears, right? That's what we want to see. Then we can configure it, work it out from there, whether it's faked or AI nowadays, which makes it a bit harder. So I'm not too sure what's Daily Mail. Yeah, really trusted source there. Explosion captured after a missile appeared to destroy an unidentified flying object. I suppose it opens up. UFO shot down in China. So again, could be anything really. What's this here? Which is that going that direction towards it? Why are they shooting so many missiles at it then? And one hits it. I don't know, I have to see the video of that. I suppose there is a video. Okay, is it simply just a meteorite coming down with bits breaking off? Oh shit, I wanted to pause it without that garbage coming up. Okay, it's losing bits. Okay. Looks like a meteorite. A red one. A red one is what, iron? Let's mute it there. It looks like I can't get rid of this overlay. Don't think. Okay, let's have a look. Different videos of the same thing. Bits breaking off. Well, if that was a missile explosion, how come the bit that was moving towards it didn't actually, it was actually still there? If a missile exploded, it'd be millions of bits. What the hell's that got to do with it? Is that the aftermath? That looks like a pretty big blast area. Looks like circular. Looks like we won't have time for third phase. Maybe one video. I don't know, I might have to wait for more information on that one. That must have been new out. How do we get back on it? Oh no, it looks like that was another video it went to. Maybe it's not related. Okay, let's have a look. So there's something heading towards it, or it's heading towards it. Can't pause it without frame by frame. What a load of garbage, isn't it? So that's probably playing a different video because it started at the beginning again, didn't it? So all these are different videos. Whether it's the same thing, I don't know. And what happens then? So that's part of the same video, this one. Let's just see how many are part of the same video. And number 3, okay, at least I got numbers. And then explodes. And that doesn't say number 4, but I guess it is. So there's 4 videos in one. This one's the most interesting one though. Shame we can't pause it. Go full screen on it. See if it helps. So that missile seems to be still going on. It's gone back. It looked like it went up. I'm just wondering if these are fake or not. Shit. You never know what's going to come up on this channel. That really pees me off. I wonder if we can hide that bit, actually. Let's see. Light bounty. Hey, look at that. All these add-ons have to come in handy sometime. But it looks like it dims it. So there's another overlay they've got. Aha! Okay, element hider. Aha, we solved you. Oh no, then it puts up the thumbnail when you pause it. Does it? Well, no. One step forward, one step back. At least it's gets rid of the ugly thing. Yeah, this one looked like it was coming up and then going down, so it looks like looks almost like a missile intercept, doesn't it? Over at airport, is it? So is it even in China? Could be Ukraine shooting down a missile from Russia. I don't know, something not right here. But anyway, that kind of looks like the missiles that were being shot from Iran to Ukraine, to Israel, or Russia sending missiles to Ukraine being shot down. I bet it's old footage. You can't trust anything out of that garbage newspaper. Yeah, okay, moving on. Third face, I bet they got all the same crap videos up though. Break-in. Solid proof we are not alone, UFO videos. Oh god. If people think you're crazy about UFOs, show them. Show them third phase, that will really make them crazy. That you're crazy. They're not humans. Looks like we got tons of stuff to do there. Travis Walden, he's a fraud. Why would he go on third phase if he was an honest man, right? He's not honest. He faked the bloody thing with his mate Rogers, and the other ones were witnesses to it because they didn't know what was going on. Yeah, let's have a look at one of them anyway and wrap it up on this. And it won't pause. And it's got terrible music on it, which will probably get a copyright claim and I have to remove it, and then I'll lose all my side chats.
Worldly, maybe something from the Space Force, new technology.
Dun 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 dun. That looks like a plane with two contrails.
We just don't know what it is.
A weather balloon. No, let's see.
Look how it just
looks like another plane past it, smaller, like a Cessna or something.
Stalls up there, and how close a commercial airliner gets to this object. Still gonna.
Is it stalling or is it just changing directions? Because that looks like it's changing directions because the shape's changed.
Throw it out there. We still don't know the distance between.
And the guy's moving the camera all over the place.
The distance between.
Now, if he is digitally zooming, that causes what they call stalling, as we've demonstrated, where the plane would be going along behind a tree, and then they digitally zoom, and it looks like the plane suddenly goes backwards or stops. That looks like they were digitally zooming when that was happening there.
These
so let's have a quick.
But it seems like they're pretty close from.
That looks like a smaller plane, doesn't it? wings, tail, and it's on a lower flight path than the jumbo jet above it.
What I'm looking
Ridiculous,
at
really.
here, again, we're not seeing any wings on this object.
Bullshit, I see the wings there.
Nothing's keeping this up in the air.
And it's more of a different angle to this. This is looking directly underneath the plane. This is more of a side view of a plane. Changing directions by the
Don't
looks
see any
of it.
propulsion like we see with the commercial airliner. We're looking at something
Yeah, looks like it's gradually going away from us sideways.
very unusual. We can see it go right behind the line right there. What we're looking at is...
And then it repeats. Right, so it's useless. Okay. Big plane, smaller plane. Moving on. Is that my fire alarm beeping? It looks like I must have changed the battery in it. Was that on the video, or was it outside the video? I don't know. I think it must be the fire alarm. Another battery. Okay, we got bugs illuminated by IR illumination lights on a camera. Is it like a house security camera? Got stupid music on it. Wow, 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 wow. Sounds like music they would write. Bugs are coming everywhere at the IR camera. Look at it. We got ghosting even. Ghosting trail. Bugs of all kinds. Those ones look more like flies though than moths. Rods, man, rods. Yeah, I could make videos like that and put them up all day long for you. I could make one of those every night for you off my security cameras. It's just ridiculous. Okay, let's just move on. Looks pretty cool though, I must admit, but... oh no, not the solar tube balloons again. What's it got? I got stupid music. So it looks like they're doing a compiled video here of all sorts of things. So we don't know where they're from, all that sort of business, right? Hey Liz, says welcome to Grey. Just noticed there. Can shrink that down. On my screen, it doesn't illuminate here on this, but on the YouTube it illuminates, saying she's now a member. Is that still playing? No, I must have paused it. Yeah, what are we looking at here? Definitely looks fake. Moving on. Okay, that's like a distant plane, doesn't it? Some distant white plane. This one's the asteroid, wasn't it? Yeah, it's got a typical cone-shaped thing. Where was that again? Sweden? They do have a lot of strange light anomalies up there though. That was out of focus there. Right, that one. I actually looked at that one. I thought it was actually overexposed of a small plane, like a Learjet. Yeah, they were saying that one looks like the craft from Star Wars. Or the Mandalorian, wasn't it? Or something like that. And I think what we're seeing here is a vapor trail from the jet engine in the cold climate there. And the lights from the plane are illuminating it, right? That's what we're seeing. We can't see the wings because the camera has not got enough light reflecting off them. So that's why it makes it funny looking. That's a really, really old video. But there was some pictures of also the comet. Was that one of them? And they mixed it together. Can't see anything on that one. Moving on. Is that the same craft? They often repeat it. Yeah, it is. They keep repeating it. What's that one? I think there was a Chinese lantern, wasn't it? Looked like it could be a flare on a parachute. Depends what the location is, what time of year it was, whether it's a war going on. If it's near Air Force Base training. It's hard to know, it's all cherry picked here, isn't it? That's all over the place. Motion blur, everything's got that thrown in there. What a crap video. This is why you keep it on a tripod, man. Okay, that's a light pillar, isn't it? Where there's a light down here and it shines through the ice crystals in the atmosphere. It's pretty cool though. Light pillars are really clever. What have we got here? CGI. It looks like it could be. Or one of those Mylar cube balloons, right? That someone's filming at night time. Next one. That's a fake image. That is a ceiling light reflected off a window. Send it to Lasondo. He likes those ones. That's a false image. Look how blurry it is. Tell it's going through a window. Some reflections happening here. It's a ceiling light with something hanging down on it. It could even be inside a car. Not necessarily a building. It's a good way to fake stuff though. What else we got? Anything else worth looking at? So yeah, we're meant to be keeping it to 4 hours, and I think we've gone over already. Alright, yep. So it looks like Field will be dropping off soon, guys. So I think it reconnects again, but it won't save the rest of it. So 3 AM, you're up late. Thanks for joining us anyway, if you're still there. Carol Chick. And what's that I missed here? Yeah, it's the clear photos. You have to be wary of the gravitational lensing around the craft. Nice one. Not sure if you're joking there or being serious. Of course, you know there's no such thing as gravitational lensing. That's all just a scientific bullshit for Einstein theory, right, of space bending, and it bends light because the space is bent. when there's another theory out there that's more practical, that it's actually the light's passing through plasma that bends the light. Because around galaxies there's always a lot of gas. It's not space is not actually a vacuum, and around stars especially, where they measure the gravitational lensing, is around big stars, and that is also plasma, right? So it's got a plasma atmosphere. But yeah, when you got two possibilities, Einstein's theory being correct or something really practical, that plasma actually does bend light around a massive object, then you sort of have to question it. You can find the videos that we've talked about in the past on that. Our universe isn't made up of all plasma, by the way, so doesn't mean also orbs that using plasma doesn't also bend light, of course, as well. The plasma idea, it doesn't have to be anything to do with gravity. So you got two concepts. You can just type in here plasma atmosphere. I suppose it's atmosphere. Actually, I haven't tried this with the AI. See, bend light around star. Let's see what comes up. Yes, here we go. Dense, turbulent plasma, both in a star's outer atmosphere, coma, and interstellar medium, can bend and scatter light, causing stars to twinkle. In a star's own turbulent plasma, this internal flickering is a different phenomenon from the twinkling caused by the Earth's atmosphere. Like I said, I never knew this was going to come out. I just tried to experiment. Where light is retracted by density and temperature changes. Interstellar plasma can also bend and scatter light, creating patterns like pulsar. So yeah, so this is what other PhDs out there was debating, whether gravity bends light, right? There's also this phenomenon which the AI has verified just now, which can explain it as well. Rippling waves of plasma causes massive stars to, and goes on, bend light. What causes a star's light to bend in air? The sun's plasma atmosphere has been shown to bend light. You know, you remember the experiment where they're showing that gravitational lensing is actually real when it's actually plasma. But anyway, that's what I mean. You got to keep questioning things, questioning our science, whether there's multiple explanations for the same thing and the conclusion was wrong all along. You just got to keep on it. So these are all old videos again, and since we're over time, I'm going to wrap up now. I think I don't think there's anything here that's going to be any use. They just ain't got any new content like I've done with today's show. They just make up and recycle crap. Okay. They've got a funny shaped cloud there that's probably part of SpaceX or something. But anyway, we will go through most of them eventually. But you can see we haven't done it for quite a long time. But they're just getting really bad. How many views are they getting nowadays? Still the regular 20,000? It's just ridiculous, really. I'm not sure if people watch it for laughs or the actual true believers, but when you read the comments, it sounds like the true believers and actually believe anything. So here's the 5K ones they're getting. It's 8K. So why did they suddenly increase again? 44 of all things, 39. So is it 5K of people keep coming back all the time and answering comments? So it could be. So you can't really trust stats that much. But anyway, we'll do more when we have more time, I suppose. Less exciting things to talk about. We're going to talk about these guys' crap videos that they keep putting up. But yeah, I'm going to say good night now. So much for Countryman showing up. I don't think he showed up. Yeah, okay. Yes, there are PhD papers and they peer-reviewed it, saying it's a possibility. But you know, there's like factions in modern science. You got the ones that are pro-Einstein relativity, and you got the other ones that are saying he's got problems and look at it differently. You know, we've covered various things over the years contradicting Einstein. Remember that guy, the Russian guy that said he found a way to block gravity, he called it gravity block, and could reduce the weight of the material, which sounds more like what you can do, as you can nullify gravity, but you can't make anti-gravity. And if you nullify gravity and make something lighter, you can actually lift it up with less energy, or you can make it lighter than the atmosphere that's around it, and it will float. But yeah, remember his last experiment that we talked about? He got a high rise, and he had the machine that he created with high voltage that caused the mass loss on the ground floor, and he had measurements going up each floor above it, and you could see that there was a gravity change up to certain levels, which is quite an interesting experiment. But because he's in Russia, and I think his videos got censored, and yeah, I think people have tried to replicate it too. I think some have, some didn't, but there might be something they're missing. But I think, yeah, his idea fits more of Tesla's findings. But anyway, but yeah, there are papers. You can do your own research on that. I have covered it in the past, of course. Got to go. Okay, it's probably gone now. But anyway, thanks for joining us, and I'm just going to wrap up now. And anyone that's joined last can go back to the beginning and watch it over. My eyes have had it now, so even with the glasses, I got a blurry bit in my eye for some reason. Hopefully you liked today's stuff, especially the EMCCD stuff. Not many people have probably seen that. They're not well known, those people. But they will after they watch my show. We'll see if we get any copyright claims and all that other nonsense. That third phase one went on more than 5 seconds. I couldn't stop it for some reason. It always happens. So if the comments vanish off the site, because Google does a really bad job. When you mute something, it doesn't change the length of it, but they get rid of all the side comments for some reason. Doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. Now AI can actually remove the music and just leave the voice, which is kind of clever. So even if thirdphase now tries to put music there to try and stop me reviewing their content, AI gets rid of it and the video stays up. Oh well, that went fairly smooth, fingers crossed. Don't see any problems there today. Oh, my eyes! Looking through all those hours does your eyes in. Now I'm back to far-sighted again. Yeah, we've got to end.